too. Who are you people? Audience. See more. This database is way too big. I'm going to reduce the search criteria. That's more like it. All right, now it's searchable. All right. So you like review videos? You like me vaping on an aeroplane? That's my most recent one. And then it's just like product. You want products that are listed by name, and you want freaking neatly presented thumbnails. Seriously? Here we are again. Back onto the fucking reviews. You want, look, this is in views order over the last 28 days. You just want to buy products, don't you? You don't give a shit about all the other shit. Oh well. Look, maybe lace versus poly gets a mention because you guys are curious about that. All right, I'll see what I can do. As if I give a shit. Yeah, let's look at this stuff. Traffic source. YouTube searching. Browse features. Too hard to understand. Geography. There you go. This is where most of you are from. United States, which is why I go to the effort of trying to explain modern communications with you. The metric system, for example. United Kingdom, I think you guys are halfway to Australia's level. Not quite at our level yet. Evolve much? Much. You had a bit of a head start, UK. I don't know what happened. At least you speak English. Unlike Germany. Germany, trying. I wonder if you've got the translations on. Willkommen auf the Deutsch to the Germans. Is that right? Ik woon in Australia, Australia, I don't know. Don't know anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can do it in English too, but I think that's too easy. Canadian. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's no oot sounding number in that first lot. India. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know how to speak a word of Indian. Not even hello. Seriously. That's just nuts. I gotta learn some Indian. Although I think you've got a lot of languages, so that's not my fault. Italian. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm sure the accent's really bad. Netherlands. Huurdag. I don't know. Turkish. I just love the food. I don't know any phrases in Turkish. Cyprus. Do you speak Greek? I've been told some Greek, but I can't remember stuff. Philippines. Every time I've spoken to a Filipino, they just sounded American. So I don't know any Filipino language. In fact, I feel like it's your first native language in your country, isn't it? I'm sure your parents speak something different, but I think the young people speak English. I'm just going by what I vaguely know. Cities. Who's winning the city count? Don't know how to do this. Doesn't mention cities. What do I gotta do here? Cities. Add metric. Too hard. Fuck that. Viewer age. Oh, you ready? This is how old you are. Most of you are young. 25 to 34. And 35 to 44. Still young compared to me. I'm in the next bracket. I'm 47. 45 to 54-year-olds. None of my people are here. Only 3.7%. 55 to 64-year-olds and 65 plus. Yeah, all the oldies and anyone under the age of 24 who are not bald, they don't give a fuck. But all you youngins who are just starting to go bald, I guess you're like desperately interested in anything to do with baldness and how to fix it. Yeah, but all the other people my age and older, we're like, fuck yeah, we're just bald, that's it. Yeah, especially when you're young. I would say that 59% of you, 25 to 34-year-olds, most of you would be male, I assume, because the gender's the next one. Let's assume most of you are male. Nobody's going to come to me as a female and try to get advice on how to put hair on, get fashion advice at all from a man, unless I was gayer than I already am. Anyway, I'm not gay at all. I just come across as camp because I'm hung around with musical theatre people. And I was mothered too much, probably. Mothered to the point of extreme weakness. Viewer gender. Male. 94.4%. That means about 5.6% of you. Wait, how you get 5.7 remaining there? It just rounds up, I guess. 5.6% of you are female. Well, I seriously don't know what you're getting out of this. Hopefully it's interesting. Maybe you're studying what men go through. You can go through the comments section and go, what did these fucking dickheads write this time? Which is what I'm about to find out. And I'm going to respond to your comments for my latest batch of millions of hours worth of freaking work that I finished to get my hair done. Date. What does that mean? The date you watched stuff. Yawn. Revenue source. From watching page ads. Yeah, keep clicking those. Nice, thank you. See, I can't stop ads from being on YouTube. I can just either funnel the money towards me a little bit, which is like $200 a year, maybe, or not. I don't really know. It's not that much. Probably more than 200 a year at this point. I don't know. Content type. Videos. What else are we going to do? Photographs. So that's in the last 28 days. Let's have a look at this for the lifetime. 1,406,021. Let's see if we can make it to 1,406,022. Oh, please, just keep on watching. I don't know. I don't care. Just like and subscribe, guys. Smash that like button. Fucking hell. Playlist. Yeah, let's not do anything complicated here because that could go on forever. Okay, are any of you watching my playlists? That'll be interesting. Unbald Now's got the most. 719 in the lifetime of that playlist existing. And everything else is just pretty shit from there. I don't know. It's hard to even create a link for a playlist, even if you did like a playlist and you wanted to share it. It's always been dodgy. Right, let's go to my videos and see what your comments have been, going all the way back to... Oh, got 28 comments on that last one. This is going to take a fucking while, isn't it? 46 comments on the... We might just skip that one. Alright, I'll try to read them all. This is going to be... I thought I'd just have a quick slice of pizza and read this quickly before I went on with editing all the other shit that I'm doing for you. What are we going back to here? Oh yeah, it's got numbers. Part 5, Part 2, Part 1. Alright, let's go on here. We'll go on here. This should be the playlist. Actually, make it. Is this going to be... Yeah. See, it's that next button there. You seeing the mouse? I hope you're fucking seeing the mouse. STENCIL. Apparently that's my 414th video ever. Because I deleted a few maybe in that. Had to number it properly. I want to bring up playlist view. How do I do that? Probably in the link below. Here. See that? Boom. Okay. STENCIL on. Now I can keep them neatly on the right hand side so I can see all 22 videos here. Just let me eat for a second. I just thought of something. What I can do, this will be a quick way to do everything, right? I'll scrub through the entire video so I can get an overview of what is going on in the video. Didn't know it would be so dim. Okay, more of myself looking at myself in the mirror. Researching. Oh, that's right. This is the one where I was looking at other people talking about their experiences. I'm just trying to learn how to deal with going to a full topper. And then I'm going in being all philosophical for a total running time of basically 3 hours. And something tells me this video that we're about to make now might be almost just as long. Okay, I've got to go back a bit here. STENCIL on top. Okay, so now let's look at your comments. Let me just get a drink first. Let me just get a drink. Please sort by most normal. Newest, no. Top comments, newest first. No, I need it in oldest first, obviously. Fuck. We're going to have to go backwards in time just so I don't have to scroll to the bottom and work my way up. It's just... Why isn't that an option to just be able to sort by... I'm definitely doing it, not doing it top comments first. That's just ridiculous. 2 months ago, and then these most recent ones are 2 months ago. So useful. If I click there,
and just
nothing. Oh, it takes me to the 8-minute. No, fuck it. Newest first. Let's do that. Which way is the smoke blowing in the video? Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Fuck. We're going to go from top to bottom in the order of newest first. Okay? Here we go. 8 minutes 18, laughy, laughy, laughy.
You see, over time, what happens is you just become accustomed to what's going on with the way you look, and you don't mind so much about the mirrors anymore.
Beautiful. Should I try to pronounce people's usernames here? I feel like some people just fell on the keyboard. You know what? Just to remain impartial, because I know I do recognize like Samuel Spall, 1946, because he's commented a lot over the years, right? Or she. I assume it's a. It's not like I get to see your headshots here unless you go into the Discord channel that I keep linking, that I set up years ago or whatever, and I never went back since because I can't be bothered. And also I'm scared. Anyway, I might go back there one day. Hopefully it's still up and running and I didn't need to log in as an administrator once every 6 months or something to keep it going. I don't know. It should be in the link of every video in recent years. So if you want to post your before and after shots to the community, so the people you're talking to in the comment section, like you're talking to each other, right? And you're talking to people who aren't even bothering to respond. They're just reading your comments. You know you're being seen, right? It's not like you just comment on a YouTube video. Because as far as the way I see it, YouTube is a forum. The video is basically an article, and then all the comments are comments about that article. And so, of course, you're going to read the comments if you're interested in the topic. In fact, sometimes I get to a video, I'm like, shut up, and I just read the comments and don't listen to the person talking or watch the spiel, because I want to know what people really think about something and make sure it's not some bullshit ad, you know, because you can't always trust that people are going to be telling the honest truth on YouTube videos. So, okay. Second one. I'm not going to mention people's... I'm not going to mention Daf Kajim, okay? Or anyone else. That's it. You should open up your own hair clinic. Maybe. Don't want to devote my life to that. Cracks me up. Smiley face. It's not really smiley face. It's more like laugh out loud face. Laugh out loud face. Laughy face. Yeah, that's what it's called. The arch that Jake is cutting is because most men don't bald straight across. You can shave it straight across, but usually there's a curve in every man's bald area. Is that true? It wasn't just the contour that when he placed it on his head it flattened out. I'm not sure. Still haven't figured that out. I've been doing it for a couple of months now. In fact, this was my first research date 2 months ago, so yeah. I've been doing it for 2 months. In fact, if I click on the description here, it should expand to tell me the actual date. July 8th. It's now 2nd of October. August, September. It's about right. August 8, September 8, October 8. No, it's closer to 3 months now. Okay, let's close that. You can't just close it, can you? Unless you go show less down here somewhere after I posted all that shit. By the way, all these links are brilliant. I spent so long finding these products. Please click them. They're affiliate links, and I should get like 3 cents if you buy 100 of them. All right. Cracks me up. The arch that Jake is cutting is arc or arch? Anyway, I'm too slow. Got to move on here. Love your rawness. How did you change the age filters just like that? Pretty cool. How did I do it? Snapchat filters or Lens Studio or something like that. Probably Lens Studio. It's free. Yeah. I don't remember if that's true, but it definitely was something like that. Don't shave the hair to accommodate the hairpiece. Cut the hairpiece to accommodate your individual balding area that you shave. But if I just did my balding area, I would have a T-shaped hairpiece, and then it would be different densities all the way through. And I only had an island in the middle when I first started all this. So by this guy's logic, I would have 2 triangles, which I did do the first time I started all this, and the density was absolutely wrong. So do not listen to this guy. Also, when the hairpiece lands at the back, if it lands exactly at the tip of the crown, it just goes haywire, and brushability is a big problem. I don't know if that could be solved some other way, but my solution is, if the baldness is here on the head, you want to go down over the edge so that it accommodates a nice hairstyle. Anyway, that I disagree with that comment, and the 3 people who clicked like on it. I Frankenstein all my toupees. I use bits from very old toupees to stitch in new hair to a newish one that has gone a bit thin. The results are quite good. Saved me loads on buying new toupees. I hardly ever throw anything out. You're doing the right thing, Stick On. Baldness truly sucks. Keep up the good work and never be bald. That is a lot of effort. Good on you. I'm not willing to do that. I'd rather go to effort in other ways that don't suck, and then get money, and then pay money to people who do make toupees, because I would not want to sit there and do that. But good effort, good way to save money. I can't believe machines don't exist that make hairpieces. They're still done by hand. Let's hope these are all in the right order. Hi, do you actually stitch in new hair or partial pieces together for coverage? I'm the same, never throw out old hair pieces as I need them for thin sides. Yeah, I don't know how you would patchwork quilt them together by stitching them together, or even just placing them together side by side and hoping the glue is all just not going to squirg. You can write that down. That's a new one I just made up. It's not me, it's the creatures who control this universe who are just pumping words out of my face. No, I use a lace base toupee. The bits that are balding on the newish toupee that is going thin on top, I cut out the thinning area and stitch in the lace and hair from an older toupee where it comes from the sides and back where it's thick. It's usually about 1 square inch, sometimes bigger. You must have a one of those stitching hooks. Gosh, and good eyesight, or maybe some magnifying glass, or I don't know. It sounds like a pain in the ass. Good job. Thanks. That is good. Good going. I know some hair replacement firms do the same as part of their hair repair service. I never even heard of a hair repair service. Never. I keep throwing them out once they've lost a fair bit of hair, and I just don't look back. They're in the bin, or they're in a bag for emergencies if I've got no spares. But I used to have a bag this big. It was busting at the seams with all the used ones. I didn't bother cleaning the glue off or anything. I just chucked them in that bag. Folded them in half so I wouldn't get glue on each layer, but in the end I threw them all away. I have reused them on occasion though. So it's always important to have surplus, and if you don't have enough surplus that are fresh and new, at least you've got some surplus that are old and disgusting, and you could clean them at a pinch. It's a bit tricky at first, but you'll get the hang of it. My system's usually thin at the front, so there's always donor hair lace I can take from old systems on the side and back. Just measure your head dimensions, then get the hair company to cut it when you order. Yep. Problem is, my calculations showed it was like, I would never buy less than 6 hair pieces at a time. So you're going to multiply whatever that costs by 6. But you'll see in the upcoming video that I did order a haircut for 2 pieces, which really worked well. You should do a regular feature where you review other people's hair system video. It's quite funny, Sperm Tape. Thank you. Shaved my head, grew a beard, and I've never felt better. All the time I wasted caring about my hair and mostly what others thought of my hair. Well, surely you must care about how well your parrot can see its reflection on your scalp. Freaking pirate. No, he's probably got a a motorcycle helmet on half the time. Yeah, I have, as you've seen, if you've watched enough of my videos, I have shaved my head and had a beard and all those other configurations. And unless I want to walk around kindergartens with little children hiding under tables every time I walk past, I would never choose the shaved head with a beard do again. It's good for a character. Like if you've got big muscles, you want to walk around scaring people, perfect. Although that little smiley face on the back of my head might be a little bit of a giveaway to show that I'm not tough. It's easy. It's easy. 1, measure distance from where... Okay, I'm almost going to skip this one because there's so many spelling mistakes and grammatical errors. It's easy, full stop. 1, measure distance from WHERE you want to start your hairline to the edge of the bald spot on the crown, front to back. What difference does it make which direction you measure it from and to? The distance would be identical, wouldn't it? And from the edge of the bald spot on the crown. I'm assuming this person means the back edge of the crown. 2, measure distance from side to side. For you, eyeballing it, looks to be around 9 inches front to back. That's pretty amazing. It is 10, but I will probably choose 9 in the future because my latest, the one I'm wearing now, is giving me a fairly big forehead because I needed to meet up with the shave zone back here. I'm going to wait for that to grow in a bit so I can move the whole thing forward because lace does not stretch anything as much as poly does. And you don't want to stretch it anyway because it can recoil. So 9 inches is probably a good estimate for me. The side to side on you looks to be 6 inches max, and 6 inches is exactly how much it is. So where Kip Kappa 3014 doesn't know how to write English properly, he's very good at looking through a video screen and figuring out somebody's baldness area. Your piece would be a 9 inch by 6 inch. That is absolutely correct. Shave a 9 by 6 horseshoe, order a 9 by 6 piece, done. That is absolutely dead on accurate. You're a genius. That is correct. 9 or 9.5, not sure. I don't want the hairpiece to end abruptly at a place where hair wouldn't naturally be longer in a hairstyle, which has dictated the size 6 inches by currently supposed to be 10. I just can't fully rely on hairpieces that claim to be 10 inches, 8 by 10, to actually have that full 10 inches of hair sewn into it. So to be on the safe side, I will go back to 9.5 or 9. I don't want to overhang those, so I need to choose one of those two, 9.5 or 9. 9 might sit a bit too high up, and straight after the edge of where my head starts to curve, it will floing out. And I don't want that. I want it to, come around with the shape of my head. I Gus for full top. Better use French lice. Much more natural and an invisible. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm assuming lice means lace. I Gus for full top, space, comma, space, better use French lice, comma, space, much more. We need to examine the keyboard to try to figure out what this guy meant. The R and the D are pretty far apart, although if you're looking diagonally at them, I guess if you're typing on little thumb controlled keyboard, it might. I Gus for full top. I'm assuming he means full topper. Let's assume he means vote. Somehow vote turned into Gus. I vote for a full topper because I vote for a full topper. Full stop. Better use French lace. It is better to use French lace. Full stop. Or comma. which is a much more natural and invisible hairpiece base, full stop. Maybe I'm wrong, full stop. I think that's the vibe here. I'm currently wearing Swiss lace. Yes, lace in general is more realistic, and I go through all the pros and cons of that in my next video that I'm making at the moment, as well as the exercise video. It's just fucking 26 hours of shit I gotta deal with. Don't worry, I'll compress it a little bit. Hey man, so the video you actually watched was me. Better name this guy. Panther Train 1984. Thank you for letting me steal your footage and using it in my video. The one where I make the template video with the brown walls in the bathroom. Haha, so surreal saying that. Anyway, I do this completely different now. I don't even do a template anymore. All I do is simply measure side to side and front to back and tell LaVivid, which is lavivid.com, which is a hair company, to cut the base according to my dimensions. For example, my dimensions are 6 inches wide side to side and 10 inches front to back. That's the same as me, from hairline to crown. Although I don't trust the full 10 inches will always be provided. That's why I might reduce to 9.5 or even 9. It's good to see that I'm on par with everyone now with the 6 inches. Before I was trying to do 7 and so on. Some people typed, and I had a quick glimpse of it, that I was shaving too wide. I'm down to 6 now. 6 at my widest point. Don't even bother making a template, man. It's time consuming. Simply shave the top of your head where the system will go. Measure side to side and front to back using the kind of measuring tape clothes stylists use, not construction workers. Yeah, so material, cloth tape, yeah. And you got it. 5 thumbs ups for that one. Huge fan. I watch you nightly. Love your calm voice. All right, so now this guy's stealing my audience. I think it's fine. I still think a template is better because it's more accurate. What do you mean you watch him nightly? Is he on nightly? Am I supposed to be doing this every day? Fucking hell. I still think a template is better because it's more accurate. I don't understand how that could work very well when the width of a head, mine at least, is not exactly the same from front to back. It varies like an oval. How do you deal with that? And do you shave off any good hair, to fit it, or is all the area already bald? Good question about the oval shape being varied. Yes, that's right. It must be very difficult to get the accuracy of that, especially with all you primitives still using a handheld mirror and doing it all with one hand or whatever. Yes, thank you for letting me steal your shit, Panther Train, 1984. 1984, I was 7 years old in that year. 1984 was the year my parents got separated. Well, no, actually, 1983 was, but 1984 was my first year of like moving out and separating, right, and going overseas with the new guy. America, actually. My mum slept with an American. That's why my parents split up. Great video, man. Just make your temp ammed before you even cut any of your hair. Lay the template on your head and see what it looks like. If you need to add more template, then just add some clear tape to that area, then mark it with your marker and then cut it. And okay, I'm going to need some full stops in here. This is bullshit. And it's been edited. So thanks for the effort, Scott McBride 2237. Where'd you get the number from? Is that your PIN number for your key card? I don't think you were born on the 22nd. No, it's not a birth date. Great video, man. Full stop. Thank you. Don't think it probably was. Pretty shit. Just make your temp ammed before you even cut any of your hair. Lay the template on your head and see what it looks like. Full stop. If you need to add more template, then just add some clear tape to that area then mark it with your marker, and then cut it. Right, so you can extend the size of a template that you might have made too small. Right, by using tape, by bridging it out like a new construction. And then mark it with your marker, then cut it, and then place it back on your head and see what that looks like. Good luck, man. You would shape the front of the hairpiece the same shape that you have always cut your frontal pieces. Well, that contour that comes by default from the factory, CC or A contour or whatever they're calling it, that gives me the full 10 inches. Once I start going back and trying to make it rounded like the way I had the contour before, then I'm going back to 9, 8.5, and then I'm shortening this whole distance from the front hairline to the back of the hairpiece. I might end up doing that if I get sick of this being too sharp, but it feels like it is quite variable from hairpiece to hairpiece. No, I would say I'm only saying that because I've only had two types of hairpiece. One is a poly 0.03 millimeter from Lord Hair, and the other is a Swiss lace that I'm wearing now from Lord Hair. So that's all I've had. I feel like this lace one has a wider, less sharp front hairline. So he said you would shape the front of the hairpiece the same shape that you've always cut your frontal pieces. P.S. Just use a razor blade. I tried that. It's a lot easier than you think. Just cut it softly. All right. And use tape for the lace area. Ooh. I found both of those things to be wildly wrong. Just cut it softly, and use tape for the lace area. I've tried both those things very recently, and I've absolutely evaluated it. Don't use a marker. It won't come off. The white pencil will clean off. That is absolutely wrong, as well as I will prove in the upcoming video. I don't use any. I just line my template on the hair system and lay them on my mannequin head and cut around the template with a razor. Works. Yeah. I think it was actually in this series, this 22 video series here. This is going to be a 23rd video, I guess. I think I did try to use the razor. I'm sure he wrote that before I proved that the razor was fucking bullshit. And he wrote works. I don't know what is an underscore or a bunch of dots. It's nothing. Well, no, it's like an error on the screen. I don't know how he's finding these things to be true. Hopefully by the end, I haven't learned anything. I've learned that he's wrong. But hopefully he's learned something. But I go into more experimentation in my even more recent video that I haven't released yet, and I haven't even made it yet. I'm just editing. I love you. I-E-Y-L-O-V-E. I love you woo too. Not sure I can trust this one. I love you. Extremely brave to talk through your journey, which is the most honest I've seen. Your videos are so refreshing and you come across genuinely lovely. I've been at it for as long as you, and your videos make me feel like I'm not struggling alone. Thank you. Well, that sounds pretty genuine. It's just that your name is basically the same as the opening line, so I love you too. Most real guy on YouTube, he's a gem. Oh, thank you. Thank you very kindly to those people who wrote and to the people who clicked up yours. Perfect. Beautiful. Thank you. That is the first video. Geez, I've got to learn how to get through these faster. What happened to my listy thing? Let's bring that back. Right. That was called research. The next one is part 2, length and width. Should I say
Hello,
girth?
Archibald. I say hello, Archibald. Oh, Why so glum, chum? 'Cause today is the day of transition. Oh, yeah.
I had an edit of that went for fucking forever. You're very lucky that I cut that short. You only had to endure 49.51 minutes of me yapping. Fucking hell. What is it mostly about? Okay, so... Oh, this is the one where I'm measuring up to try to figure out the size of the stencil or something, right? Oh, that's a flashback. Is that what's happened? A flashback. Did I just chuck that on my unshaven head? Yeah. I even left that bit. I just placed it directly over all that hair, didn't I? Yeah, that was a lot of effort to get the freaking glue out. I've realised now that I'm going to be demonstrating stuff here. I don't know if I'm big enough on this screen, especially if you're going to be watching this on a phone. Drag myself a bit bigger, maybe. Where is it? Yeah. Woo! I feel bigger now. All right. Hopefully I'm not blocking anything here. I won't be able to see the other part of the screen. Maybe I can drag myself over the side a bit here too. Where am I? That could be better. Let's do this. Alright, still got that list there. How do I make it so that I can see the comments without everything fucking all over the place here? No. I wish the comments would show there. That'd be good. Nope. That's not going to work. Yeah, probably just have to keep doing what I was doing. Alright. I'm going to sort them by newest first, which is just weird, isn't it, really? Looks great. Full topper for the win. Wow, you look much younger than 50. Don't think that losing weight will improve your appearance. You look good, bro. Instead of focusing on weight loss, just tone up. Oh, that's very kind. Maybe I'm not able to differentiate properly between weight loss and toning up, but I can tell you right now, I've got a big freaking tire around my center and around my neck, and my legs are rubbing together these days. I can't put my arms by my side without the fat squidging. I've got tits. I don't want them. Yes, dude, the 50-minute video we've all been waiting for. Got a small drop of whiskey to enjoy this with this. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Why are you measuring side to side with the ruler on dense, non-balding bio hair? I can tell you straight away so that the hairdo looks correct when the hairpiece is placed properly. I'm not even with you and can see very easily you are 8 3/4 front to back and 5 side to side. Period. 5 side to side would mean that my front hair at the front would be about, I don't know, I think 2/3 of the width of my forehead. It would look fucking ridiculous. Period. That's the American way of saying full stop. I don't get how you can be wearing wigs all these years and not have the common sense to keep as much side hair as possible. I don't know. Are we talking about commoner sense or common sense after we remove the lower rungs of the graph, who are just real commoners and have no fucking idea what's going on in the world? Max 5 inches for you. Come on, man. All right, so you want me to wear like a fucking toothpick wide hairpiece at the front and it just remains like a mohawk throughout the rest, and the massive peaks, which was the entire reason for me covering my baldness in the very first place, just let them be as wide and big as possible? Great stuff. For your information, add a minimum 1/2 inch to length and width. The systems always constrict. I don't understand. You talk about maximum 5 inches here, and now you're saying add a minimum of half. Okay, well, I've definitely added a minimum of half of an inch to the 5 inches. The systems always constrict. The width on your dome is max 5 inches. You are going, I think he means 200, far down on sides. Always use the most bio hair on sides. The length doesn't matter as much. That's a very weird philosophy. And he got 2 thumbs ups. And he refined it with editing. I don't know how he could possibly believe any of that. 5 inches width. Like, I'm not gonna fucking get a ruler out. I've done it a million times. Look it up. How wide it is. It's definitely my forehead is definitely more than 5 inches wide. Plus, he's saying add a minimum of half an inch to everything. I did. I thought you shaved it already. The last video I saw, you had shaved the top and was ready to apply the piece. What happened? Really? I can't remember that. He posted it out of order. Is there one yet of him actually applying the full hair system? No, not yet. These new ones are now in order again. We are all waiting to see. We all waiting to see it. My God, you make it sound like, oh, everyone's just standing by. Fucking popcorn ready. Fucking hell. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sure I posted some shit out of order. I didn't mean to, sorry. I try to always post things in order. That's why I'm coming back now, even though I don't feel like it, and reading through 22 videos worth of comments. And I'm going to do it properly. You can see the speed at which I'm doing this, right? Some of it could be of interest to you because I never comment on comments anymore. I mean, I used to do it sporadically, and then I just stopped because it was like, I'm going to fucking kill you. It's like, yeah, I don't want to read it anymore. And also, now you can see how nasty I am in real life as I reply to these things. So, look, I'm not ripping people apart for making slight spelling mistakes and grammatical errors, because trust me, I'm really holding myself back from doing that. But it's just fucking YouTube comments. It's not a freaking essay here. Love your videos! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation! 1 exclamation! You fucking idiot! I'm just kidding. Thank you, thank you. I love your comment. Fantastic. Your hair looks so natural. Honestly, you have such good luck. I don't think my hair looks natural most of the time. I've got to really work on that. When you're talking about front hairline, which is the main thing people have trouble with, it's all about bleaching those front roots. In this one, I have not bleached the roots at all. It's just an abrupt Simpsons skin color straight into a very dark color number 4, medium dark brown lace piece. But because the lace has bleached knots at the front, I think it's okay. You'll see a close-up of all that in the next video, where I actually, maybe not the next one, maybe the next one will be exercise. I did a month worth of exercise. You'll see the results of that. I'm going to have to take a break. I'll come back. What was I up to? The full topper looks good, but if you kept your own bio hair slightly longer, you could have easily stuck with the partials. You probably still could, but when you glue onto your own hair, you will inevitably lose some hair and thin the region when taking out the glue that was stuck to your bio hair. Ultra old tape will work if you stick with the full topper. I find it lasts better than white and clear glue. You could also try using positioning spray. Has made life easier for me. You have around 30 seconds to get this position exactly right and avoid any false creases. Positioning spray? You mean alcohol spray? I use it every single video. I don't think there's ever been a video I have not used it. Except this one. I don't know. The full topper. Kept your bio hair slightly longer. Yes. Stick with the partials. I could temporarily keep using partials, but I am balding down the center. I could use finasteride, try to keep that stuff from falling out. And I'm pretty sure that I agree with you that placing glue, suffocating and ripping out the hairpiece is going to cause hair loss in the new region, in the new shave zone. Probably right. But at some point, I would either have to choose to shave my head or go with a full topper. And I chose now. And it's been a fucking pain in the ass, I can tell you that right now. But I'm getting used to the feel of it and getting used to using the mirror cam setup so I can see the back of my own head clearly and use two hands and everything else. Without the mirror cam setup, I would fucking not do this at all. I would not be holding a one-handed mirror and trying to do the rest with one hand. No fucking way. Great video, man. When I got COVID, I gained like 40 ulbs. Never could lose it. I tried intermittent fasting and that didn't work. But what did work for me was I ate more protein, almost per ulb of body weight. And I lost 30 ulbs so far. I think, fuck, what is LB? What is... Hey, look. Google can predict it. Pound mass. Pound force. Pound or pound mass is a unit of mass used in both British and Imperial. I know it is. Pounds derives from the name of ancient Roman measurement, libra pondo. This Latin phrase translates to a pound by weight. Ancient Roman unit. Well, I'm assuming Romans spoke Latin, right? Ancient Italian. Libra, pondo. Libra definitely means free, doesn't it? Pondo, weight. Pondo, pound. Okay. That's enough. Libra pondo. All right. So you ate almost per Libra pondo LB. Wait a second. It shouldn't be B, it should be P. Where did I get the pondo from? It translates to Libra pondo. No, it can't. Unless it's bondo. LB is an abbreviation of the Latin word libra. The primary meaning of libra was balance of scales, as in the astrological sign, but also stood for the ancient Roman unit of measurement, libra pondo, meaning a pound by weight. On a related note, the pound sign to represent pounds as weight is generally believed to have evolved from the handwritten ligature LB, a shorthand notation of libra pondo. All right, so for some reason, LB is short for Libra. Surely Libra is a derivative, was the original form of liberty, freedom, right? Anyway, Libra. I would never have abbreviated one. Libra. Is it two words original? Fuck it. I'm wasting our time. The full topper looks good, but if you kept your own bio hair slightly longer, you could have stuck easily with the partials. Yes, we went through that one, the creases, and I did use alcohol spray. I tried intermittent fasting, and that didn't work. Jeez, I'm glad you told me that. I would love to. I'm glad I avoided that one. But I used to do that. I lost 22 kilograms in 8 weeks. Last time I really tried this hard. Alexa, what's 22 kilograms in Libra Pondes?
22 kilograms is 22,000 grams.
Alexa, what is 22 kilograms in pounds?
22 kilograms is about 48 pounds 8 ounces.
Yeah, so I lost 48, whatever she said, 48 pounds or whatever in 8 weeks, which is 6 pounds per week. Last time I did this, I just drank soup and walked heaps. This time I only walked heaps and I didn't change my diet at all. You can get in shape, man, and your confidence will start to get better. Mine did. P.S. On my systems from Lord Hair, I'm cutting like an inch from the sides, 2 inches is right where the tag from the back, and just trimming the plastic from the front. But everyone is different. But like I said before, you might have to cut your hair to low on the sides. I'm just going to see if my head's in the way of all this stuff. That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, yeah, I'm totally tiny in the corner. It's fine. This is recording, right? Yeah. But everyone is different. But like I said before, you might have to cut your hair to low on the sides. You might have cut your hair too low on the sides. Buy it might be okay. But it might be okay. This was edited as well. So I think when you edit, you might as well fix your fuck-ups. But you will have less hair system to put on your head. I've got to throw away whatever's not used anyway. I can get 2 hair pieces anymore out of 1 hair unit, hair system. Try to use as less as you can get by with. No, I'll use the right amount so that a hairstyle can be formed from the hairpiece itself. Until further notice. Hope it comes out where you are happy about it, man. Good luck. Thank you. Haha, you got some Nicolas Cage in you. I can't do it. What are you talking about? I can't fucking do it. Just shave the whole, but I think he's just talking about me just going fucking nuts and then coming back to normal. I guess I do that all the time. Just shave the whole area. I did much easier. Do you mean I did, full stop? It is much easier to fit then, if you do that. Plus the tape, the tape or glue sticks. Somebody translate that to me. This one especially. Just shave the whole area, comma, I did much easier to fit then, plus the tape or glue sticks. No idea what you mean. I tried. Gave you the 3 seconds of fucking frustration before fucking ripping it a new. Like, I wouldn't bother because it's going to cause me to fucking start smashing shit. Been waiting for this one. Got popcorn ready. Wow, amazing. Very kind of you to say. Informative and hilarious at the same time, as always. Love the Archibald part. Thank you. Yes, he's my little character. It's down here on the pile of puppets. Puppet pile. I think the width measurement was too long because you measured between temples, which makes sense since you were not even bald in the other area. It makes this whole thing tricky to figure out. I got a similar situation. Your video is helping a lot. I'm thinking to go more narrow, but you brought up a good point about the crown position. I don't know if anyone ever brought it up. I guess they assume we all got bald crown, lol. Yeah, the crown problem doesn't seem to be a problem with the lace piece. I think lace is just tied in the same all the way across, whereas with poly, because they use those V-loops, they get to a point where it's just like, all right, we've got to change directions and head back the other way now and start, starbursting out from the crown. And for the crown itself, they just go, don't give a fuck, but in Chinese. Don't give a fuck. You'll notice that Chinese are very low on my viewership count, so yeah. But they're the ones who provide us with all our hair pieces, so we should be nice. They obviously do give a fuck. They do make our hairpieces, so I am grateful. It's just when they cut corners, it's fucked. I was the same, but not the outcome I wanted. Sad. I feel like some of you might be actual cavemen learning how to type. And also, I don't know, because this guy is responding to dog named Chip, right? This guy. But I don't know the correct order of how it was supposed to be chronologically, because it just says 2 months ago, 2 months ago, 2 months ago. There's no fucking time code for me to just try to resort what YouTube will not allow me to put in chronological order. I've got to go from newest to oldest posts, which is fucked. And I'm sure that inside the folder of Dog to Name Chip's comment responses, because these are replies to the comments, yeah, I mean, it probably does make sense. The other thing is, when you're writing something, you've got to know that the other person can't hear what's going on in your brain before you write something. That's a given. You know that, right? Well, please try to write down that pretty important piece of information before you write something publicly. Try to think, can people hear my brain? The answer to that usually is fucking no, they cannot. So you have to explain yourself in such a way that you assume they can't see inside your brain or anything that happened prior to you writing what you're writing to a public audience. So if you write something like, I was the same but not the outcome I wanted, sad. Don't know. I know it's to do with hairpieces. I know that this person had some sort of outcome. I assume they're responding to dog named Chip here, because that's where the reply was provided. And then Ryan Teacher 8134, who has responded a lot over the years, has written, what outcome did you want? Lol. I don't know how Ryan understood what that guy meant. I don't know how you could. But he's a teacher, so he fucking knows what he's talking about. All right, let's move on with the next one. Yeah, YouTube is letting me drag these in a new order because I'm the guy who publishes this stuff, so I'm allowed to rearrange them. But I don't like the fact that I can accidentally move things into the wrong order accidentally. That should be locked. Lock it. Nope, there's no lock option. All right, my first full topper hairpiece, part 3, template. All right, so that first one was just length and width. This one, I'm actually trying to use a blade here for the first time. Nearly cut my fingers off. Trying everything, probably getting fucking frustrated. Trying to pin this thing to this thing.
It's going to be a wing tip.
First thing, those textures were shit. I got to get rid of those. What's this say? Look, mama, look, ma, no feet. That's a foot joke. I used to do this with my feet because I didn't have a mannequin head or pins. That's a lot of me building the contraption, the mirror cam system, and placing this thing, I think, directly over my...
I think I've just proven the best method.
Let's put these in newest first order. Okay. Another tip. It's okay if you have a little grey on the size. Real hair does grey at the temple. You're overthinking it again. Yeah, even if I dye my quite very grey there now, yeah, it's still got little bits of grey flakes coming through, which I don't mind nearly as much as full blast out grey, which wants to sort of transition to this, which is very ungrey. So either I'm going to have to start getting a... Oh, that's right. Wayne David 259 has said I'm not allowed to think anymore, so... Here he is. You should get some glasses with a more substantial frame, would look great on you. Yeah, my outdoor ones have more substantial. I fucking hate them. I've been trying to research how to get ones this big so I can see up, because it's fucking hard doing your hair. There are things called makeup glasses where there's one lens that flips over, and at least that's positioned up there. I was thinking maybe it's possible to just flip them like this, as long as there's reading glasses and not multifocals like these ones. That means the bottom and the top of the lens are sort of the same. They don't see, it's a bit weird not aligning. Actually, I can see what the problem is here. My left eye and my right eye have different prescriptions, so it's not identical. But that probably would be better than constantly having to do this, because that once again takes away a hand, and I'd be back down to the same level of hands that the rest of you guys have when you're trying to do the back of your own heads with a razor blade in some double mirror system, whatever the fuck you do. Just upgrade to having what I've invented so I can get money. No, it's just common sense. You always needed it. You either put it on a microphone stand or you bolt it to the ceiling. There's no fucking holding a mirror with your hand bullshit. There's also the, if you have enough protrudy bench, you can buy one of those other things that I showed you. I'm not going to go figure all that out again for you. It's all well documented in this series, I'm pretty sure. How do you bleach the knots of a system that has been dyed with clothing dye? No, you can't. It's fucked. That means that they've cut corners, the company's cut corners, and you're fucked. That's why I always write to complain, please don't use clothing dye, I have to find a new company now. Good question. I can't. I don't know what, I've tried like White King clothing bleach and stuff. It just didn't work. If they've used clothing dye, if you're not seeing any bleaching happening from peroxide within 45 minutes on the roots of your hair system, it pretty much means that the company's used clothing dye and you will not be able to dye it. You will not be able to bleach it. And so it's going to look like doll's hair and there's nothing you can do about it. Just send it back and tell them to fuck off. Because it's unacceptable. And that's probably when you find the cheapest deals on the internet for hair pieces. They just use clothing dye and doesn't. And if they haven't bleached the knots for you with whatever their technique is to get the bleach perfect, I don't know how to do it. I really have tried. There's got to be some bleach that would do it. I would say it's caustic and fucking melts the hair before the hairs even change colour. Don't know. But if they use hair dye, which is what a reasonable company would use, you can just use peroxide and it works. Looking forward to the reveal as well. Just ordered a piece from AliExpress at a much better price than the big boys. Yes, AliExpress is usually a pretty good resource so long as it's not clothing dye. So fed up with the quality personally. I'm assuming he means bad quality hair products that he's bought in the past. Keep you updated on how it turns out. Keep going, man. You're lovely. Thank you, but your is spelled U apostrophe R-E. You know what? I'm already acting drunk. I might as well have an alcohol. I'm going to go get it from storage. But it looks like we're going to be here for a fucking while. Why don't you grab a drink? I'll get a drink. We'll meet back here in however long it takes me, but we're going to teleport through time so that you don't get a break at all. So I recommend you pause it. Okay? You can see OBS here. I'm just going to stop recording now. Can you see that? Just received this for my new iPhone 16 Pro and my AirPods 2 Pro. AirPods Pro 2. This will charge both of them. Does not come with a, let's find out what the Australian calls this thing. Power brick, power adapter, transformer. I called it a transformer for years. Nobody else did. This one's 45. Watts with a single USB-C output. I just wanted it to be narrow. I could have got one with more slots. This one was $20, which is way cheaper than the others as well. And that should give me Qi 1 charging. Qi 2 devices are not available in Australia yet, and when they were hundreds of dollars. These are new tips for the earbuds so they don't stop falling out of my ears. No size fits me. In fact, they're so uncomfortable that I will only wear them in the gym probably going forward. This might help, but there's still going to be waxy silicone shit in my ears. Luckily I didn't get rid of my AirPods 2, which are not Pro. Just hard plastic, go on the ears, can't even feel I'm wearing them. Can wear them all day, can't feel it. They are awesome. No need for transparency mode or noise cancellation or anything, unless you're in a gym where they go, it's fucking annoying, so I have to have the noise cancellation in the gym. But you'll see the conclusion I come to about what I feel about gyms after going there every day for a month in my next video. Also, something I mentioned in my next video, which hadn't arrived by the time of that video, but will arrive now, if I release this one first. This is micro pore tape from 3M. It's called gentle paper tape. Anyway, if I wear lace, which I am now wearing, I will need to use the tape marking method so I can just glue willy-nilly all over the place and then peel off the tape and throw it away, and I'm left with a very nice glued area where the lace hairpiece will land exactly. Not as exactly as with poly, which is super easy to use, but doesn't look as good. Just to disambiguate that, poly does not look as good, primarily because it has doll's hairlines all through it, and they still don't bleach the roots. So until that day comes, we're fucked. Okay, got to shove some of this in there. I'll try to figure out where I'm up to here. Yep. Another tip of it's okay if you have a little grey on the sides of your real hair. Oh, on the sides, full stop. Real hair does grey at the temple. You're overthinking it again. You should get some glasses with a more substantial frame would look great on you. He's trying to make me look like a nutty professor with grey hair and fat glasses. Can't bleach clothing dye. Looking forward to reveal as well. Will let us know how the Alibaba hairpiece turns out. Keep going, man. You're lovely. You should have more subscribers. I don't know what the typical number of subscribers is, but I think most English speakers in the world are American. And look at what happened to The Office. It's a British show, and then the Americans redid it with Americans, and I estimate that more Americans have seen the American Office than the British Office. I think real fans would go, all right, let's see where it all began, if they somehow got the American Office first. I think it's known to the world that Americans are not very accepting of non-American accents, and which is why a lot of people try real hard right there, over there, banana. We're number one. To people know that Americans are not going to watch shit from other countries. You don't need a special stand clamp for the mannequin head. Sit down and hold it between your knees. No thanks. In fact, I'm thinking about building a new bench in the bathroom over the bathtub to give myself more bench space. And you've got to take into account that I have to film all this shit too. So that could be something for you to consider. But I don't think he's seen all the things I do with the mannequin head, and they're not sexual. I don't take it off the little spline shaft and just fuck the hard plastic and turn my dick into some fucking... what are those donuts from Spain called? churro. Yeah, I'm going to turn my dick into a churro by fucking the underside of the spline shaft of the mannequin head. No, I do use it as a base, to use a pin as a pivot point and rotate and cut out. I think that's been shown in this sequence of videos because, well, I learned in front of your very eyes during this entire 22 video process. Such a fucking massive gift from me to you. Shut the fuck up. Oh, hello. I just won $1 million. Skipping all, I'm afraid, just waiting for the reveal. Yeah, I would too. Fuck, sit through my voice talking that many times. It's just too long. I talk for way too long. Like I am right now, right? I've just had one sip and I'm already smashed. Lightweight. So that video was about hairline bleaching, was it? How did I get to there? Hairline bleaching. No wonder all the questions are about bleaching. All right, there we go. Me doing some weird monkey dance thing. Same process as always. Maybe invented a few more. Yeah, see, that's it's good to see that. Where am I? How do I get back there? I'll never land on it again. It's impossible. Yeah, I saw the. Oh no, it's jumped because it's part of the.
Oh.
It's jumped across.
I don't know.
Does that mean I missed a bunch of comments from template? Just don't automatically play. All right. Okay, sorry, I missed every comment from template. I must have scrolled. I got through all those ones, didn't I? Popcorn. Yes, I did those ones. Template. I've got to be careful not to scrub through to the end because it automatically goes to the next video on the playlist. Oh, that's a no-no. Don't put push pins in the poly skin. When it stretches, it can easily tear. I think so. If you yank it while the pin's in there, sure. I haven't found that to be true. I used to puncture the whole base of it with 1,000 pins to see if I get more breathability. It never tore. So I don't think one pin's going to have a problem. But yeah, if you put a hairpiece, slam it down onto a nail and just pull it as hard as you can, you fucking rip it in half, of course. Mate, you're way overthinking this whole process. What you need to do is book in with a hair system stylist. I've never seen one in Australia. Find me one who'll allow you to bring your own system and not make you buy one of their own overpriced units. They'll do everything for you, and it'll be much better than you could ever do it on your first try. If I had done that, you would not have this unbelievable massive effort of one man figuring it all out completely without guidance, to see the back of his own head and everything and try to figure out how to become ambidextrous and all the other shit that I had to do. Why would you wish that? Thank you for caring about my feelings, but the world the world would be missing out on this absolute amazing journey to watch an inventor at work trying to figure out what parts can be bought off the internet that are available to everyone, which was 90% of the issue, so all of you can replicate what I achieved here, and that is complete hands-free, full visualization of the back of your own head. And I reinvented the template. Maybe not in this video, but further along. In fact, in my most recent video, I just took it for granted that my new template invention is vastly better than anything I've ever used before, especially better than fucking putting cling wrap or saran wrap over your head and just putting tape all over it and just pulling it off and cutting it out. It's vastly better than that. Let's see what this guy thinks though. Go to a stylist and they'll do everything for you, and it'll be done much better than you could ever do it on your first try. Get them to make a template that you can take home with you, and then you'll always have that as your guide if you ever mess up or need to get a new system cut to make sure. Shave zone. I did this myself when I got my first system, and it made everything so simple. It cost me £150. So you're in England, which has like second best goods and services in the world after America, in the English-speaking world probably. Maybe not as good as Japan or South Korea or something. But yeah, I get the feeling that people in the UK have access to heaps of goods and services. There are probably hair clinics and so on, but the person I would go to, like, I don't know if you've seen all these other videos I've made where I've been to hairdressers. It's the job they do is so shit every time. These people are specialists in hair pieces though, and I have never been to one of those. It cost me £150 to get it to get it cut to fit, and for the haircut as well, and it looked amazing. Wow, £150. That's about $300, isn't it? Australian. You have a habit of trying to overthink and over-engineer things when going the simple route is usually best. For all the money you spend on all these little things you think you need, vacuum shaver, laughy face, you could just pay a professional to do this for you, and then it's done forever. Also, I use a handheld mirror to see the back of my head when I shave. You don't need that expensive rig you've created at all. Yet more wasted money you could have used to pay someone else to do all this properly. Philosophy 5419. What were the first 5,418 philosophy physiques taken? Send me a video of you putting on your hairpiece and shaving your shave zone with proper preparation with one hand holding a hand mirror. I want to see how you do it. You can teach all of us. Panther Train, 1984. I know, right? By the time he finally shaves the top of his head and gets the thing installed, he'll need a grey hair unit. Laughy face, laughy face. Shave your head omg. What video is this? Let me just go back through it. Full template, right? This is what I was figuring out, doing experiments on myself for your benefit. Probably about 30 hours of footage edited down to 50 minutes. Once you shave the top part of your hair and get the system cut and hairstyle, you won't even see the poly skin of the hair system. Just jump and shave the area and make sure you let a hairstylist cut and style your system. Trust me, it will look great. I've been using a hair system for over 12 years and no one knows it. As a matter of fact, I get compliments on my hair. This person doesn't even have a name. I've never seen that. Here, 2 months ago, nameless. Don't know how they achieved that. Maybe their name is a full stop or a space. Oh, Mr. P, you've got to click on it. How's he blocked his own name here? The tantrums. If we were solid bros and I was there, you'd be getting checked for the tanties. Just being a bro, letting you know, bro. Very bad man, very bad cut. Massacre. Use paper cut and new blade like Alpha brand. Never heard of it. Another tip for you, get a different pair of scissors, small, and do not cut the front hairline at all. 4520, haha, the frustration. Everything better get a fucking not you, stay. Alright. Okay. Very exciting. Beginning is quite ASMR-y. I'm pretty sure ASMR is to do with good vocal quality or something that you listen with headphones for relaxation purposes or whatever. Okay, video 4, hairline bleaching. Didn't I already read these ones? Let's see. Sit down put the mannequin head between your knees. You put the mannequin head between your knees. With all this advanced technology, I think you may be the first man to put a hair system on the moon. Very exciting. 3 likes. Thank you. You have made a pig's ear of that big time. Sorry, let me just reflect on what I did here. This is called shave zone. Right. This is where I shave. Oh, fucking hell. Just got to relive this for a minute. Very scary. I love that vacuum.
Stop trying to hit me and hit me.
Do it. Yeah, that is scary. Another tip, sorry about all the tips, but I hope it helps you. Instead of, you are writing to everybody. Everybody in the comment section is writing to everybody, okay? Another tip, sorry about all the tips, but I hope it helps you. Instead of doing piece by piece, would you do, instead of doing piece by piece, would you do, what you do is you take the template you put on your head, comma, hold it down tightly, comma, I'm just guessing here, we'll reflect back afterwards, take the clippers, dot, 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 maybe open bracket, maybe a smaller pair of clippers, close bracket, and just go around the template and make a line, take, I'm assuming there's a full stop after line. God, this is fucking exhausting, dude. You're going to have to edit your shit. And make a line, full stop. Take the template off, and there you have where you need to shave. Hope this helps. Dude, it's unreadable. I could go back and analyze what you mean, but I can't be fucked. It's your fault for not using punctuation. Besides, I did every possible variation a human being can do with this next 22 videos. Thank you for the effort of writing that comment, but fuck, go to more effort, put in punctuation. I did 22 videos that fucking took months and seriously nearly put me in hospital. Another tip, sorry about all the tips, yes. For your information, you can shave a spot on dome. Good. For your information, you're lucky I'm hip with the latest ling. You can shave a spot on dome. You can shave a spot on dome. 8 by 8 in lit through 30 fucking seconds. FYI, you can shave a spot on dome, double space, 8 by 8 in lit 30 fucking seconds. After watching you for years, I apostrophe VE, not I've apostrophe E, come to the conclusion you should just fucking shave your head. This wig stuff ain't for you. You're mental with it. My lord, it's painful to watch. Entertaining but painful. 1, take a beard trimmer and trim an area 8 by 6 on top of your... No, see, I know. Well done for putting an apostrophe in the word your, but in this situation, you fucking idiot, it's completely incorrect, as is most of everything else you've written here. On top of your fucking head, 32 seconds. You don't need to fucking razor it. Yes, I did, because as you might have observed, if you opened your fucking ears, it sounds like a fucking plastic bag is on my fucking head if I don't go all the way down. I'd love to see the fucking mess that must be happening on your head. 2, get a, I think with the word 8, given it starts with a vowel, we might want to put in an, not an A. A8. Does that sound right to you? No, it doesn't, does it, you fucking idiot? 8 and 8 by 10 wig. 3, slap in 0 shine tape on wig. Oh, is that the stuff that I brought to the world that nobody else had found before I went into my fucking research? Slap fucking wig on dome. That takes 33 seconds. Also, that's a fungal infection on scalp. Genius, you should be a doctor. That shaver is way too big for the purpose. What you need is a detail trimmer. They have small bodies and a narrow blade at the front that sticks out from the body so you can see exactly where you're trimming. There's loads on Amazon at all pretty much the same design, gold or silver body with designs embossed in the handle like Buddhas and Asian designs for some reason. They work brilliantly and are very cheap. Isn't that called a zero gap? A zero gap blade? Yeah, I researched all those. I don't know what video it's in. It must be in the new video that I haven't released yet. I have bought one, but not that one because I realized that I needed something different. The peanut is good. That's a good one. Just provide a link. The link's not work here. I don't know what's going on. Just link to whatever you think people should buy, not some bullshit, some good shit. Wait till he finds out how toppers pull out so much bio hair. Today is the day of transaction. Okay, now I'm getting frustrated watching this. You don't use a razor to tidy up the edges. It's simply not accurate enough and not needed. Plus, you have to drag it all on. This is my first time, I'm pretty sure, in this video, isn't it? And there's no bald zone. I had to invent a bald zone. Plus, you have to drag it along the line rather than just pushing the clipper edge down until it meets the line all around. It's much harder to keep a straight line when you're going horizontally using a mirror than it is to shave down vertically up to the edge in little sections going around the perimeter. Literally nobody online uses a razor to do this. You're making it needlessly difficult and stressful for no reason. Also, why haven't you tidied up the line so it's straight around before you started using the razor? It's all jagged and fucked up, but you seem to not be bothered for some reason. All it takes is to place the clippers on the scalp an inch above the perimeter. Line it up where the line should go and slide it down slowly until it meets the edge and straightens the jagged line. Do this in little sections going along all the way around. That's how it's done most easily. Because I probably didn't want to cut off excess. I don't remember what the fuck I did in this video. I didn't want to make sure that I had zero chances for regrowth. You're literally taking none of the advice you've been given online on how to do this properly. Yeah, that's right. I told you from the outset and all throughout this entire video, if you'd open your fucking ears, you stupid piece of cunt shit, that I'm going to do this myself without proper guidance. I watched the first initial videos to get some sort of guidance, and then I tried to reinvent the wheel from scratch. If I had coincidentally invented exactly the same fucking design as a wheel, which you seem to love, you following nobody who's got nothing to do except follow and has invented nothing and added nothing to the world, in fact, stop wasting our fucking oxygen, because if you're not breaking new ground, you don't deserve to be here. Let's go back to what you have to say here. You're literally taking none of the advice you've been given online on how to do this properly. Yes, I have. In fact, I've agreed with many of the things. But you know what? I'll be at high alert to fucking make sure that I take everything you say with a grain of salt. You've used the dome for some reason for your stencil, even though everyone told you to use cling film to get a proper true fit. Oh, did they? Did they? Oh, so it's everyone I should listen to, is it? Oh, because everybody agrees with each other. You stupid piece of fucking moronic fucking 5418 of your fucking name was taken. Dude. You saw yourself, there's a fucking bubble at the top, which is going to mean it won't be the right size when it conforms to your head. It's going to be too big. Yeah. And you watched me learn all that, whereas before I did it, there was no way to observe somebody doing that for the first time in the whole world. I am the first recorded case of filming myself going through the struggles of it, which is the only reason my fucking channel exists. Because at the beginning, it was just 100%. It's as simple as 1, 2, 3. Because cunts like you would insist on videos that simplified things down to their bullshit base level without proper troubleshooting. I go through the troubleshooting, I go through the pain so that others can experience what it's like so they don't have to go through it themselves. Do you have any idea what I'm saying to you now, you dumb fuck? You say you're a member of Mensa, so apparently a genius, but you fail to do or observe the most basic things, thinking everyone else must be wrong and you can obviously do everything much better, even though you've never done it before. That's not what I said. I just said I wanted a go at it to see what it's like for somebody to independently try to figure out a new way. Because you're such a genius, laughy face. Okay, here we go. This guy, right? Hide user from channel. Keep writing your comments, philosophy fucking thing. I don't think he'll even know that he's missing. Speaking of Carl Pilkington, did you see the episode where he tries a hairpiece? It looked really good on him, but it was just an experiment for him. His horrible girlfriend made him drop it when you could see how happy it made him. It really suited him, looked very natural, and took 15 years off him. The stylist did a great job. You need to use a razor. He's still here. Deal tail trimmer with close setting on the blade will be fine. I just got to refresh this page, make sure he's not really there. It's just a figment of my imagination that YouTube let him stay. Oh, good, he's disappeared. All right. His horrible girlfriend made him drop it when you say, all right, give us what we want, smiley face. Part 6, visibility. Get much higher than that. You have to use an electric shaver, non the normal one, like a Braun or Phillips. Using that, you are sure that it won't cut your own hair because you are too long and you can pretty easily shave your head without even look at the mirror. What is this one about? Visibility. Oh yeah, that's where I totally reinvent the wheel. I'll then even tell you where to buy all the parts and link it in every single video for you. So it's easy. All right. You have to use an electrical shaver, not the normal one, like Braun or Phillips. Using that, you are sure that it won't cut your own hair because are too long and you can pretty easily shave your head without even looking in the mirror. Right. So one of those ones that has little holes poking up, and if the stubble is short enough, it'll be caught by this thing, but it can't scoop out like clippers the rest of your hair. That's pretty clever. That could be a very clever idea to try to remember that. Great video, man. Lol, I feel for you, man, but you'll get used to it. At first, it's going to be awkward and stressful, but I promise it gets easier. If you are using glue, they make a solution that you spray on the glue on your head, and it will just give you a few seconds to move the system around before it dries to give you time to position it where it needs to be. But the cheaper route is to use alcohol. It does the same thing. Just put some in a spray bottle. I see it's tougher on you because you have more to shave than a normal full bald man. Can't wait to see the final result. Trust me, it will change things the way you do it years down the road, but for the better. Good luck, brother. Plus, use satin or silk pillows. They're easier on the hair. Cotton is the worst. I use the mirror in one hand and the razor in the other hand, lol. But I fully bald, so isn't that hard for me. What I do is I place the system on my head, then I fold the front to the back, then I put glue down the middle from ear to ear. Then I let it dry, then I lay the system over it. This is so the system will not move on me. Then I use a mirror, fold the back over towards the front, and put the glue on the back. How do you see? You've got a mirror in one hand, looking at your reflection in the back of your head. You've got half of a hairpiece folded forward. You've got a brush and you've got a glue jar. What are you just winding it and hoping it doesn't drip between there and there, or is how are you getting back here and accurately it? Let's see. So is the system will not move on me because then I use a mirror, fold the back over towards the front, then put the glue on the back. That needs explanation. When it's ready, then I lay the back down. I do the same to the front. No. You're not getting off that easy. How did you apply the glue to the black? Your head is in the way of seeing your own reflection at the back. All you can see is the edges. I've tested it. You've got a mirror here. You've got the main mirror there. That would assumedly be the one that has the most light shining on the back of your head. So you've got good visibility. If you look through this clean mirror that you're holding, your head's in the way 90%, right? So you're just trying to see around the edges of your reflected head. You've got a brush, which if you lift it, it's stuck to the bottle mostly, so it'll all fall off and just go splash all over the fucking floor. You need 2 hands to open that. So what do? Put the mirror down, put this one here, and then grab that, and then grab the mirror from over here somewhere, and just... How are you making sure this doesn't flop back over? You've got pins and needles and shit all stuck through your head. No idea how you're doing this with one hand. When it's ready, I'll then lay the back down and do the same with the front. But while the system is laying down, I take a comb and use the teeth to go around the edge of the system and press into the skin so it leaves a mark on my forehead to show where to put the glue. The more that I've done this, the easier it has gotten for me. Yes, I forgot about that. The comb marking method, where you put little indentations in your forehead. With the right lighting conditions, there'll be shadows created from these shallow indentations that will pop out of your skin after a couple of minutes, probably. But they'll definitely not leave any marker or lines of any kind. Definitely would not choose that method over using medical tape marking method, okay? Because with the medical tape, you don't have to be neat about it. It'll be exact, and you won't be thinning the amount of glue as you get closer and closer to the front, because you're more worried about overshooting and gluing it onto your forehead. The comb marking method, he's guessing, anyway, from what I understand, you're guessing where those comb marks need to be. So if you're doing that, why don't you guess where the glue's supposed to be? You're better off doing it with the tape. Or tan marking is the ultimate. If you really are having to use lace. If you're not using lace, you don't have to worry about it at all. You just glue directly onto the poly, and then it's 100% accurate every single time. I missed the part. What system is it, and where from did you bleached it? Well, because these systems were so shit, I should have taken them all back for a refund. I'm not telling you where I got them from. You don't want to know, and I don't want to fucking tread on my own feet. Yeah, I bleached the front of all of them. In fact, wasn't that back in earlier part of this? Yeah, I did it back on video 4. This is video 6. I always have an overhang. It's not a big deal. I fucking hate overhangs. I haven't got much of one now. There's a little bit. I don't like it. I want it exact. I always have an overhang. It's not a big deal. You're never going to get it perfect, and it really doesn't have to be. Yes, you can get it perfect. I've had it perfect 90% of the time I've worn hair, in terms of making sure there's no overhang and no gap. Both of those things. That was possible with the front partial, primarily probably because the perimeter here is just dead flat. There's no increasing graduation happening all the way around the sides and back. Because if you look at the perimeter for something like that, there's no graduation, right? It's just like that, and then you glue straight up to it. That's how I was able to achieve 100% no gap and no overhang, and it really pissed me off when I had those things. Now all the edges around the back and side are like this, and so you've got to choose between overhang and gap. There's no way to do it 100% anymore. The closest you can do is go with lace, which is what I've got on now, and the graduation seems to be just part of that area of your head, and I've made sure that the 6 inches width corresponds with exactly how I would want a part to be placed on my head. So I've made my hairpiece the size I would want my hair cut to be, the longer area from there 10 inches back to 6 inches wide on my, according to the shape of my skull. Don't ever cut the front hairline unless you've had it for a long time and it starts to shed in the front, otherwise you've ruined the hairline totally. Yeah, I'm just lazy. I tend to pick at it. Like, lace is going to have glue melting through as summer comes, and I'll probably pick at it and I'll be ripping out hairs and breaking it to pieces. With poly, it's going to be another problem as well. I mean, it was another problem. I'm exhausted reading these comments. Man, the shape of your head, it's so disgusting. I feel sorry for you. It's so sad you do not have a good head shape for baldness. Yes, very sad. Play the violins. Should have stuck with the partial. Even with the balding crown, who cares? Most people your age have balding crowns. A little bit of hair fibre in the top. I wouldn't do topic. I've tried it. It's messy. A little bit of hair fibre on the crown and your partial slicked back. No one would ever know. The thing is, I'm not stuck wearing a full top, or I can always change my mind once I grow it back. Just 3 months. I think 2 months really before you can. I mean, after 2 months, you probably can, fully go back to taking off your hat and putting on a different sized hairpiece. 3 is better. Your partial game was brilliant. The less fake hair you have on your head, the less fake it looks. So much of your new shave zone doesn't even need to be shaved. You went for symmetry over a carefully thought out shave zone. Your new shave zone is now a perfect dome when it should have resembled more of a period pad shape. Period pad shape. That explains the Jake Kent curves. At present, it's not a period pad shape. I'm pretty sure that's a period pad shape, right? You got 2 likes for that. I can picture him using a Tampax as a template. Lol. Very clever. That's good. Keep the comedy coming. The clean shaven head area looks stunning. It really suits you, the shaved head with a razor. Consider it. Well, it's completely opposite to this guy here, who feels sorry for me for having an ugly head. Only lace. A smiley face. Lace wouldn't be as hot. Yes, that's true. Lace is not as hot. Super light. It's been really nice so far to work with. It hasn't been summer yet. So what we're going to experience with lace potentially is glue melting through the lace and causing problems. But yeah, I'm leaning towards lace now. I'm wearing lace right now. This is Swiss lace. I don't know that French lace would be a problem either. It's crazy how many years younger one can look with a change of hair. Totally. Here is everything. I'm 30 and people think I'm 20. Drama queen. I think it looks great. Your natural hair in the back is a lot more dense than the hair system. I think it looks great. Your natural hair in the back is a lot more dense than the hair system, but the low density, especially at the front, gives the most natural look. Also, you definitely can rock the bald look if the world ends. Yeah, not if you're fat and pale, which is what I am. I look like a melted fucking candle. Thank you though. You can shave less on sides. Regardless, you need full topper. Looks so much better, not even close. I must admit, the paranoia I was starting to feel from people being able to see above, which they can all the time. Don't think that people can't see when you're sitting down or when they're coming down the stairs or when they're looking down and calling out your name. It's like, oh, cool, how you going? One of the things that helped convince me is that one of my friends has got a crown. He's got perfect front hairline, but he's got a crown of hair missing on the back of his head. And I'm like, whoa, dude, I feel like he's doing dress up just to be funny, because it's just changed my perspective of his respectability. It's and I don't think he should shave his head. He's a father and stuff. Like, he hangs out with other parents and whatever. So, you really gotta want to choose the shaved head look. I know a lot of people do it these days, but they don't look as good as they would if they wore a hairpiece. And everything I do, I'm trying to figure out the fastest and easiest way to deal with hairpieces. I know it seems like I'm trying to do the opposite of that, but I'm not. I'm trying to find the best way. When I find it, I'll just repeat the whole process over and over and over again, and you won't get any new content. It'll just be the same. Me just putting on the same hairpiece, same style every single time. There'll be nothing left to learn because I will have figured out this is the best way, fastest way possible. A bit dirtier than before. One sec. I'm gonna put this over. I might just pause this recording just in case the files become too big to be editable for some crazy reason. Alright, grab yourself another drink. You can shave less on sides. Regardless, you need full top up. Looks so much better, not even close. This system looks like your real hair. Love the low density. Oh, I'm buckling up with a red wine for this one. It's nice. You should all drink alcohol. I'm sure in the future that will just be, you know, un-PC to peer pressure people into drinking. Visibility, right. So, yeah. I basically reinvented the fucking wheel. But try in that one. My wheel's really good now, you should see it.
So you have bumps on your scalp. Do they hurt?
Perimeter limiter. This is where I wanted to be able to create a shave zone in the middle of a fully unbald person's head, namely mine, and do it myself. Which seems much easier. So I tried different methods of trying to... And obviously this continued, as with all my new inventions, throughout the following videos that follow, right? Okay. You're on fire, mate. These last couple of months of content has been unreal, and respect for sharing some of your personal thoughts and feelings about anything and everything too. All unbelievably relatable. All the best. Thanks again for your coverage. Thank you, Necroman. This is the guy with no name, but if you hover, his name is Mr. P. Don't know how we managed to do that without. I took the plunge and bought a system all because of Stick-On. That's me. Best decision of my life. Stick-On is the Brando of hair system lifestyle vids. Thank you very much, Mr. P. Mr. R. MPR. What am I thinking? Why am I reading Mr. P? I'm dyslexic. MPR. Thank you, MPR. Never cut part of the front line, but if it's a bit longer, either you save 1 centimeter more in the back of your hair or you cut part of the hairpiece but on the back. That's if you wanted to maintain the that would take the discipline of removing your entire hairpiece and making an adjustment every time you want to alter it. I do not have the patience. I'll just take it here and do it like that. He's right. Woolly Tie 78 is correct. It would be better, but I'm way too lazy and yeah. And also the front hairline is the bit that gets fucked up. Like if you've got exposed base, there's no point in cutting it off the back. You need to remove that exposed base. Whether it's lace or poly, if it has no hairs sticking out of it, anywhere along here, people can see. There'll be a shadow. It'll be shinier. It'll be a different shininess level than your forehead. It'll look fucked. You have to remove it. You can't remove it from the back. You have to remove it from the front. But realistically, if you want to do it nicely, you would take it off your head and really do it properly rather than just trying to do it in the mirror. I bought little mini scissors to try to achieve that. They're really sharp and pokey. I'm a bit worried about them. But that's probably a neater, quicker way to get it done. So, never cut part of the front line. I can't agree with that. There are many times you have to cut from the front. Thanks for sharing your progress. It's starting to look good. I think you really should have done the wrap tape template so you can use it to cut the system accurately. You should at least try to make one for fun, if nothing else, see how it turns out. I do in more later videos in this series. It can also help you line up. You can see why I didn't read any comments while I was making this series, given my intention of trying to see what the outcome would be of me just experimenting on my own. It was exhaustive amount of footage for you and for people in the future to look back on and see what mistakes were made and what can be done better. And I'm quite certain I invented some steps that were not used in the past that are just so much better than anything that's ever come before. Really, I'm not trying to just boast here. I think that's actually true, and it's all because I ignored all your comments. I think you really should have done the wrap tape template so you can use it to cut the system accurately. You should at least try to make one for fun if nothing else. See how it turns out. It can also help you line up the haircut with your bio hair much better and reduce the size of the system on top of the head. Smaller piece, less area where things can go wrong. Sorry, I wasn't concentrating. You should at least try to make one for fun if nothing else. See how it turns out. It can also help you line up the haircut with your bio hair much better and reduce the size of the system on top of the head. Yeah. But I want it to be the same width as my forehead. Smaller piece, less area where things can go wrong. I could make my hairpiece in the shape of a bullhead shark and everything would snag, and every time I went to brush it, there'd be this giant angle in here where my bald spot turns into the letter T, and that whole area would flip up, and I'd be back to having that little corner thing that I fucking hated, remember? For decades, or 1 decade, right? It's much better to have one rounded piece rather than going for a T-bar shaped hairpiece. I'm quite confident that's true. Maybe not better than a maxi pad shaped hairpiece though. At least that's, that probably wouldn't have flippy edges areas. That could be just as good as an oval potentially. I'm still growing out some hair before I can try to use the hair system, but I already tried the wrap tape method to create a template, and it seems much simpler than the methods you are using so far. What did I end up with in this video? Perimeter limiter. Yeah, no, well, the Saran wrap, the cling wrap method relies on you being able to see through to where the bald area is. If you don't have a bald area, if you're inventing a brand new bald area, you have, like, I had to pioneer a new bald area where I was not bald. My current hairpiece is covering over an area that is probably 60% not bald at all, but I shaved it out to create a new shave zone to accommodate it for all the hundreds of reasons I outlined in the next 300 hours of fucking videos that I'm not going into now. Yeah, and also the wrap tape method. It recoils. At some point, I think I went with it as a sort of like a temporary version until I discovered I think I spent about to be honest, it was hundreds of hours of research into materials that you could readily buy off the internet that would be best for replacing the Saran wrap / tape mess for a template with an actual proper template that conforms both to the mannequin head and to your own head and does not stretch too much, and it's floppy and roll up and doesn't get broken, and it's perfect. And I mastered it. I challenge anyone to show me a better template that they've invented than the one that I've come up with. I don't think it appears in this video that we're referring to here, but it's been released, I'm pretty sure. And in my most recent video, I just take it for granted that this is the one. Finally, you decided to do it. Thumbs up. Yes, very fucking scary. Perimeter limiter. Genius name. I mean, I looked up perimeter limiter on the internet. There is something to do with perimeter limiter, obviously. Anything that's that catchy has had to be invented in the last 10,000 years, but I thought of it independently. So if you ever see me using a wheel, it's because I independently came up with the idea that the wheel is the best thing available readily for this purpose. Obviously, for a car, it's not the best thing. You'd want spherical balls underneath the car so you can drive sideways into parking spots and all sorts of things and have much more maneuverability, and better still just go with a malleable conveyor belt system where there are micro balls throughout the road system, and you wouldn't put vehicles with wheels at all because roads will have become the thing that transports into any direction. It will take another 1,000 years before Earth sees that. But I am just telling you, the wheel is pretty shit. It's basically a thin log with almost zero control for steering and control. We just make sure we do the best we can with 20-point turns to get around a narrow space to go back the other way. And you all just are like, yeah, let's have power lines over every street. No, you're not. I think some of you are good thinkers. But never look down on somebody who's an inventor. They've gone through some serious shit to come up with the ideas independently of being told. And that is definitely worth a pat on the back. Even if they fail. People who invent ways not to do something. They definitely need a pat on the back for that. If not, thousands of books. Alright. This one, my first top of hairpiece, part 8, contemplation. 379 views. Nobody wants to see contemplation. Probably the best video in the whole lot. I've spent a long time on this mirror camera setup, so I'm going to make you watch, but don't worry, I have written a little story for you to listen to so you don't get bored.
This is the story of Frankie the Idiot.
Fucking brilliant story. I wrote that. I fucking wrote that story. Frankie the Idiot. Unbelievable. I should turn into a hit TV show. And that's just episode 1, but brilliant. Of all these videos, I would say contemplation is the best, and it's had the least amount of views. The amount of ingeniously and time spent into this project to make the hairpiece perfect is crazy. 3 likes. Definitely talented actor. The saws are tinea. Is that on my head? I didn't know tinea was on the head. Am I talking about my feet? I don't know. But tinea is a type of fungus. I think we're all in agreement it's fungus. By the way, it's all cleared up now. Well, all cleared up last time I shaved my head. And I did shave it with a razor. Massive improvement over having used all the different razors. I went and tried lots of different razors. There's no way for me to summarize it all for you. You just have to watch everything. This is the problem I have with people overseas trying to do a British accent. They always try to imitate an upper-class British accent, which is very small minority in the UK. I know what the fuck you're talking about, mate. Jeffrey Joffe. All right. No, I can't really do it. Translate to English. I should try to guess the language. I cannot tell if this is Russian or Greek. I always get them confused. You look like Danny DeVito. Yeah. No, he does not. Try again. Oh, thank you. I look like Mr. Garrison. Fucking disgusting. Like, that's the problem. That was the scary part of shaving off that whole...
It's now 10 p.m. I've been editing without reprieve since about 7 o'clock this morning.
Fuck, tell me about it. Look at this. Look at these ingenious fucking inventions I'd go to try to figure out the best way to shave the area. By the way, don't use that thing. It doesn't work. You need something sturdy. If you're going to reinvent a shave area, because you're shaving through a lot of natural bio hairs and you're deciding to glue over the top of all of that, like I have. I'm sorry, but you are overcomplicating the installation. It's paranoia now. 8 hours plus to install. Come on, this is crazy. No, 8 hours plus to invent and go through experiments and all sorts of things. And just holding my arms above my head for this period of time is just fucking crazy, right?
But it's got a few screws.
What's this comment say? Oh my god. I fully analysed the price of every fucking glue in the world. All the way from Dermabond, Vetbond, everything. Dude, the calculations in here took me fucking hours to research, and then comparing US sites to Australian sites and seeing that US sites were cheaper even when you accounted for American currency conversion. Fucking hell. This is investigative journalism. that you're seeing scrolling up the
Just
screen
lay
in like
it
10
easy to
seconds there.
read. So you just
I don't know how some people can miss this. It's worth appreciating. This honestly feels like an album drop from a global artist. I've been checking your channel every morning. I wake up to see which video you've posted now on this journey. Great work, man. 6 likes. Thank you. That's cool. Hi, StickOnHair. You could place the hairpiece on your head with no glue on and get it into place where you want, then lift the back up and glue the back of your head and place it back down, then lift it from the front and do the and glue the rest of it up to the hairline and place it back down. Then just lift the hairline up and glue the system. Then just lift the hairline up and glue the system instead of your head and stick down. Then it will be perfect with no overhang. It seems like a very good idea. I would use a combination of tape to keep the front sturdy, potentially, while I flip that forward, then glue there, then do the back there like that. It does seem legit. Of course, with the lace system, I'm pre-gluing the head completely because I've used the tape marking method, and then I'm placing the front forward and then flipping the back towards the back with less concern about where the back lands. But because this is too short, the back landed about that high up, so there was a huge gap. So I decided to push it all back, and now I've got a big forehead. So now I'm just waiting for the back to grow up by about 1 centimeter or whatever, so I can pull the whole thing forward a bit. Yeah, so I'm just refining it. I'll probably end up with a 9-inch shave zone, 9 by 6 inches. Well, maybe 9.5, I haven't decided yet. But 10, I think the problem is you can't rely on the hair companies making exactly 10. They might shortchange you. Okay. I definitely don't want to stop at the crown exactly and just have some weird connection point where it's just, you know, because hairpiece hair is not brushable like the rest of your head. And if it ended right on the verge of where your bald spot is, it seems like that would be a major problem. So that's why I've gone past the curvature of my head. I mean, if your bald area ends past the curvature of your head, that's probably problem solved. But mine is basically on the corner, so it's weird to stop there. Well, yes, Scott Hutchison 7501. You're probably right. Need to see it done without somebody dripping glue all through their hair, because once you've got this giant lump thing on your head, it's hard to maneuver the hairbrush, the glue brush around without getting glue all over everything. Do you listen to any of this advice? Because it doesn't seem like you do. There are some great ideas on here that you should be paying attention to. Sounds like a good poem. Eye roll. Have you learned anything from what I've been teaching you? Do you think I haven't heard most of these ideas before? Yeah, I also wanted to try to figure out how to do it myself. I don't know why you're trying to police me listening to other people's ideas. And I don't know why you're doing that, in spite of the fact that I said repeatedly throughout this entire series, I will not be listening to people's ideas throughout the making of this video. I only referred back to how other people achieved what they achieved when I was desperate, when there was no hope. And I went to existing videos online to give the people credit who've made videos a chance to be heard as well. Yeah, I'm going back to you guys now, okay? Do I listen to any of this advice? Is that a question? If you follow, do you listen to any of this advice? Because that doesn't sound like a question. Do you listen to any of this advice because? It doesn't seem like you do. There are some great ideas on here that you should be paying attention to. It does look way better than the partial because there is no hump now where the system hair meets your natural hair. Really good job. Fuck yeah. That's gone. Not only that, But the crown problem, which I'd never heard anyone address in the whole history of this, Wayne David 259 trying to police me here. Thin Ice might be mates with that other fucking dickhead. Looks really convincing. You happy? Would rather have a full head of hair naturally growing out of my head. I am very glad the back is covered. I'm very glad that those two little corners that were always pissing me off with the front partial are gone. There's no weird hump here in the middle anymore. That's gone. From above, the hair looks fucking perfect. I don't know how you can see it well on this tiny scale in the corner of the screen. Just watch the most recent videos I've made and you'll see how good it looks. It's fucking amazing. So long as I go right to the edge, lace seems to be better than poly as well. This entire series, this 22 video series, I didn't have the money to do more than 6 fucking hair pieces, so that's what I did in that series, okay? The one that we're reading the comments for now. You happy? Happy is a strong word. No, not happy. Much better than that stupid partial, but you make this ridiculously hard. I'm experimenting. StickOnHair, suggestion for you for an easier application. Why don't you place the hairpiece on your head with a camera position at the back so you can see the back of your head? Then line it up perfectly without any glue, then just roll the hairpiece forwards. Sorry. Why don't you place the hairpiece on your head with the camera positioned at the back so you can see the back of your head, then line it up perfectly without any glue, then just roll the hairpiece forwards from the back so you reveal your head. But keep the rest of the hairpiece in position, so making sure to roll it up in the forwards direction. Then, have you ever tried to roll up a hairpiece in one direction and then try to unroll it back to the exact same position? You would need to glue it into position with some parts of it so it stays exactly in alignment. Like, have you ever tried to roll a log forward and then roll it back? Do you think it's going to land exactly back where you roll it to? No. Then apply glue to the back, and once dry, roll the hairpiece back again onto the skull, which should land perfectly. We position it. Then once the back is stuck on, roll the hairpiece back forwards, front, and apply glue. How are you keeping the hairs from rolling into the glue all this time? I've filmed extensively all the frustrations I face with trying to do things like this, fold it from the middle, fold it from the back, fold it from the side, and all this. I've done it a million times, and I've filmed myself doing it. You just have to watch it. Maybe I hadn't filmed it lately, and it's yet to come in this series, but yeah, it's fucking hard. And look at all the bits and pieces I've purchased to try and keep my hair out of that roll zone that you're talking about. On reflection, I think it would have been better to have had 2 hair systems, one for the front and a skull cap, one for the back. That way you wouldn't be gluing a system on your growing hair on top, and that hair looks like it grows back pretty quickly. I fear you might be pulling out hair follicles when you take your system off. Good luck. What, you think that glue is that strong? I've never seen glue that strong. It's hardly, I mean, unless it's fresh. Like, I'd love to see the amazing glue that you guys are all using, or get some biologist to examine your skin to see how you're not sweating. It's super easy to take off a hairpiece. It wants to come off at all times. I don't know how you guys are all like, oh, it's so hard to get it off. It's like, what? It's fucking hard to keep it on. It's always peeling up around the edges. Always. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm sweating 24 hours a day. I don't know what you're doing. Super lucky if you don't sweat. Keep watching. You know how many clicks? Keep watching. You know how many chicks will want him now. If you do not have security, you'll already get some. Can't understand. Seems like too much trouble. Just shave it all down and grow a massive beard. Been through that. Humans and the endless struggles we endure are fascinating. Yeah, this one's quite niche. That was a journey, bro. 2 minutes 5. Try to flip camera vertically upside down. Then it will actually look like the mirror in front of you. Let's see. Try to flip the camera vertically.
This screen. And if it wasn't for this guard, I would have gone in my head.
I don't know. Oh, is this before I'd invented the method of flipping it? then it will actually look like the mirror in front of you. I find that a lot more natural because it feels like you're just looking at the mirror that would magically reflect to the top of your head. Well, yeah, I hope you comment on the future videos where I've actually achieved the ultimate solution for that. And there's no physical flipping. I confess this looks better than I thought. Wow is all I can say. Yeah, I want to see what this guy's wearing.
And I'll
Yeah, it's fine. Need an X-Acto knife for the sides. I don't know if you're talking about sides. I don't know. X-Acto knife for the sides. Too hard for me to understand what you mean by sides. It's got a million meanings in this video. But I tried using a razor blade for slicing instead of scissors, and it was a lost cause. I'm not sure if I've covered that in this video yet. You did it. It looks so natural on you. Like what you are doing is awesome, but just shows how much work a system is. No, it shows an experimenter fucking using himself as a human guinea pig. The one we have all been waiting for. The front hairline, I would say, is too high, so maybe don't cut the base yet until you see what it looks like. Move down a little bit. Yeah, 4 fingers from the 4 fingers from the top of the eyebrows. I have made fun of that measuring system for a long time. Yeah. What a great opening. Comic genius.
This is an improvement. Oh, fuck. What's this bit of plastic here?
Yeah.
So that's how I natively wake up with this thing. Well, at least the side parts are covered, right?
I just want to give myself a haircut. So I'm just going to zip through here and see what the video is about so I understand your comments a bit better. I'm not a hairdresser, but that's a pretty good haircut.
This would give you some decent,
Also, I don't know if that's the one that the hairdresser gave me that I fucking hated. Maybe it only looked good for 5 minutes. Let's read through these. I'm going to sort them by newest first instead of oldest. I would do oldest first generally. I thought it looked good. Slightly high front hairline, I think. Good luck. Dude, you are so frustrating. You need to get out of the house, meet people. Nobody's going to notice these things in your hair. Get over it. Get out. Live your life. Nobody's paying attention to your fucking hair. This is sad to watch. I'm out. Cry face. Oh. You're painful. It's you, apostrophe RE. What's the anticipation? Dots 2. Okay, that's like a drum roll. You're painful to watch. I wish you well. Goodbye. Simple. Get yourself a decent barber. End of story, and you can live your life. Willie Tie 78. The itches are normal because the glue tapes stick on your own hair the way the are growing under it, comma. You should buy BY some serious scissors. The one used by the hairstyler. No, they stick to my thumb when I'm doing an angle when I'm cutting my own hair upwards. And my suggestion is to use the extra length of base you have at the back to move forward 1.5 centimeters the system because the front hairline is too high, believe me. Believe you? Oh, okay. Until you said believe me, I fucking thought, wow, I couldn't believe him. Yeah, I know when it's too high and not. It's too high right now. I'm still walking around with it. Poly fucking blows compared to Swiss lace, not even close. It's easier. I'm wearing Swiss lace right now. You simply can't cut the back. If the wig short, gotta have some length at the back. Need to have the wig hairs lay flat over the bio hair, period. This is a horror show, lol, cutting the back and then having it all rip. Dearie me, sorry man, I am never moving from partials to a full topper. That hairpiece is also really awful, it's so sparse. Yeah, this is the 6 that were all fucked. They shed like crazy, and that's pretty much why I got this Swiss lace piece I'm wearing right now for free. A full topper is the way to go. He just needs a better hair system. Lord Hair is terrible quality. I do La Vivid and haven't looked back. Well, the one I'm wearing now is awesome. And Lord Hair, immediately the moment I told them one of them was shedding, I didn't tell them 6 of them were shedding. I didn't want to make a mess. Anyway, I should have told them 6 were shedding. They would have sent me 6 replacements. But I'd already started warning them, and I'd been fucking cutting around and doing the, guinea pig shit. They replaced them immediately. The next ones they sent me had no problems whatsoever. That was a bad batch. In fact, you'll see in the final hairpiece I do in this series, in the 22 video series, there are no problems anymore with shedding. It was really bad. I do live with it and haven't looked back. And also that whole crown problem in these pieces was just way worse. Whoever it was in the staff who was stitching this up and baking it and all the other shit, I hope they were reprimanded or fired or something, because that's fucking bullshit what I had to put up with those hair pieces. They were so shit. 4724. From what I saw, this happens on poly bases.
This hairpiece is really letting hairs just pull out of it easily. I'd say this hairpiece is kind of a dud. The V-loops don't want to stay.
It's definitely a dud. All 6 of them were duds. It's from the same batch. I should have sent them all back. But I was in a very, vulnerable position where I had 6 pieces that were all shit, and I'd shaved fucking myself a massive shaved zone for a full topper, and I didn't have anything else. I just thought maybe there's one of them's bad. Maybe I should have known. I've worn enough poly systems to know that it was not normal. You simply can't cut the back if you wish. Period. This is a horror show, cutting the back. Okay, 4724. From what I saw, this happens on poly bases, because when it gets wet, it softens, and the holes where hairs are rooted get so wide they just freely flow. That was my suspicion too. I'm not sure exactly how that works. They fill up with water and they're bloated outwards for a while until they dry. You need to be careful not to pull on the hair when base is wet. When styling, it was still shedding when it was dry, I can tell you. The new ones did not shed even when wet. It's not just about wetness. It's because there were dud systems. It was not baked in with the base glue that's supposed to hold the hairs in place. It was badly made. It should have been sent back for an instant refund, and I didn't. When styling while it's wet, have to make sure you are pulling on both sides of the hair strand so you don't pull it out. So something like a comb, etc. is usually okay, but pulling it with the hands, not so much. Hope that solved the losing hair issue for you. No, you're wrong. It didn't solve it. My knowledge solved it. Because I could compare the new batch with the old batch, and I could see the new batch did not shed, the old batch did shed. So the losing hair issue was solved by completely replacing the duds, in which case I could do what you said not to do, which was brush or pull with my fingers on wet hair without a problem. Once it dries, it contracts and the issue goes away. No, it didn't. It was still ripping out when it was dry. I cut hair myself. I think you need to leave more length of your natural hair and the hairpiece itself so that the blend remains natural. Yeah, 3 inches all over would be quite long, but the more it's all long everywhere, it's much easier to blend, obviously. Even if you did 2 inches everywhere. This is 2 here on the sides here, and this is 3 inches on the front. I don't want to fuck my hairdo up, but that's how it is. You are fighting 2 textures, your own and that of the hairpiece. The longer version with the loose off-center parting is very natural from my point of view. That's like Gary, use your acting, Gary, from Team America. That's the acting hairdo. The crown of the hairpiece may need extra length in order that it doesn't stick up. Once again, we're talking about those duds, those dud hairpieces I used for the making of this series. The crown of the hairpiece may need the extra length in order that it doesn't stick up. Most guys with hairpieces keep them longer so that they blend better. Also, please invest in a pair of hair cutting scissors, even nail scissors, with the shortest blade possible that will let you detail the poly skin more easily. A comb is a useful tool too. It can be used to measure. I've in the subsequent videos and even most recent video, I think I've mastered my arsenal of different scissor types. The massive. Anyway. If people still feel like they can give me advice at this point, I mean, it's hard to accept. This is early though. It was. If you don't know that I'm doing guinea pig experiments, then you might feel like you can give me advice. I know. A comb is a useful tool too. It can be used to measure the length of hair to be retained. It is more precise than a measuring tape and a hairbrush. I didn't know that. It can be used to measure the length of hair to be retained. It is more precise than a measuring tape and a hairbrush. If you prefer clipper cutting, there are longer guards than 1 inch, 2.5 centimeters, available that fit most wild clippers. Just some thoughts. Peace, man. Yes, you do sound like you know what you're talking about. But did know about the comb being used as a measuring tool. I think you're right on. The back needs more hair, so you might try to go a little lower. That system is really thin. You have to treat it more gentle. It will rip. You'll get the hang of it. Like you said, it's your first time doing this, so don't get discouraged. Don't cut the back of the hair system. Cut the back of your real hair. The side might be okay. It looks good from looking at the video. The back of the hair needs to be cut like a knife edge, not cut blunt. Can't, it's straight across. Need to use a razor comb to cut the back. You can also use a razor comb to thin out bulky areas. Good luck, man. Good luck. Looking good. Razor comb. That sounds like it. I'd have never used one, but it sounds like it probably a pretty good idea. If I was to cut my hair again. This one was cut by the factory, by the way, just in case I didn't tell you that earlier. 117. Let's have a look.
Is that actually ripping? Why the fuck would it rip? I've never had a hairpiece rip on me before.
Probably not true. It's ripping because you are pulling a thin skin system off your head that is fully glued. Not only will it rip, the holes that hold the V-looped hair will stretch, making the hair easier to pull out. Maybe don't cut the back of the hair system. Cut your own hair lower at the back. Looking good. Didn't you type that a bunch of times? I still don't understand what you mean by don't cut the back of your system. Cut the lower hair at your back. Don't know what you meant. Let's take another break.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Well, you know exactly what I mean, Alex. She knows what I mean. We're going to take a little break together. I'm back. The great thing about Awesome Pizza is it's heavy. When you're holding the box, you can feel it's a substantial pizza. Cheap pizzas from Domino's and Pizza Hut, just lightweight and mostly air. But when you go to a good pizza place, which is much more expensive, pizza can actually be fucking amazing like this. And I've got an air fryer, which is awesome too. Makes it like brand new hot out of the oven. I've been away for a little bit because I got a text message asking me to do a self-tape for a TV commercial. More dad roles. I'll be grandpa roles soon if I don't keep doing this craze. Also, I noticed I've got a protrusion at the back. 10 inches is not enough. Like, honestly, I'd probably shave further, maybe 12 inches, so that this flap landed exactly where the back of the hair would land. until I either snip this short, which means snipping all of it short, making sort of 1.5, maybe 1 inch to go with short back and sides. It's the only thing I can do aside from grow all my hair longer, which is the ultimate for people who wear hair because it blends. The one great thing about dyeing the greys is that you are chemically treating the hair. So that straggly, that scraggly protrusion that greys wiry stick out like Einstein, they come under control from the same chemicals that color it, which is like a mixture of sort of peroxide and coloring. It's almost like it takes the color out, puts new color back in. I think that's how it's going. Another drop of medicine, please. Oh, probably should have a sip out the top of that first. I don't have tissues in this room. A tissueless room, pretty shit. You need tissues in every room. Yep, we've been through these comments. Number 12. First full topper, second attempt. Let me scrub through this. It's still weird for me to see the back of my own head so bald like that. Much prefer having hair. Long hair, actually. Long hair gives you so many options, so long as it's all kind of neat. That's such a pain in the ass, that bit. Seriously.
I can't see fucking shit.
Exactly.
Alright.
Don't know how you guys do it with a mirror in one hand. Fucking hell. Totally become a different character when I'm pissed off. Look at that still shot right there. I think I'm angry at you now. I think I'm blaming you directly for me fucking up. Which is... I can't remember properly.
Trying to film this as well as do it. You understand what I'm saying? You can see there, right? You can see my reflection, whatever. I can just...
Yeah, it's good enough.
Don't complain about my camera work. It's hard
No,
enough.
it's brilliant. It's fucking brilliant. Be angrier. What do you got going on here?
For fuck's sake, just look. My fingers are fucking covered in glue. I can't even do this. Look, that hairline is so shit. And I think it's too high
Look,
as well.
like, anyone with eyes can see the doll's hairlines that come with poly, except for the people at the factory who think it's just completely normal and looks realistic. It's what made me have to go to the much more expensive lace. I remember a time when lace was sort of cheaper than poly, but now that's reversed because they don't even need to tie a knot with poly. They're not bleaching the roots, nothing. They just fucking stitch it in. They don't give a fuck. Just boom, 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 boom. Pump it out. Apparently the human head has about 100,000 hairs on it. That's 50,000 times they got to do this per hairpiece. You would want to do it correctly, wouldn't you? So that we don't think it's shit and stop buying it. They don't care.
Being able to see because your eyes are broken. Seriously, it's extremely hard. It is about 1,000 times harder than putting on a front partial.
What?
I'll tell you what, it's made 1,000 times harder again by not being able to see because your eyes are broken.
Yeah, eyesight. It's pretty important.
Fuck! Somebody come and clean up my bench space.
So your goatee's a good compromise. Even if it is red. Don't brush your hair.
I just said go wide, don't fucking stop recording. For fuck's sake. Just.
Well justified.
That's the worst I've ever looked in my whole life. It's the worst. Right now is the worst I've ever looked in my entire fucking life. Oh, God.
Pretty shit. Well, what are you going to do? Let's see what you guys said. I'm going to sort it by newest first, so I can read it all backwards. Fucking YouTube. 1 second. Look how good this pizza is though, by the way. It's fucking awesome. I haven't tried full scalp glue, but I strongly recommend tape or ultra perimeter and strip up the middle and glue the hairline about the size of your frontal system. First time wearer, 2 weeks in, and tape is holding really strong. I work with a hard hat, 12-hour shifts in hot environment. The glue takes a beating. In those 2 weeks, I've had 1 hairline touch-up and 2 full clean and re-glues at the front. Using poly or lace. So if you're wearing the hard hat, that still allows airflow a little bit compared to a baseball cap. 12-hour shifts in hot environment. Well, yeah, enough said. You are definitely heating that glue up. And I did try tape for a while. It worked okay with the poly. There was overhang, which was something maybe I just have to accept. But I have not been able to get tape to work with lace. It just doesn't grip. Dude, you need to see a therapist. I do and have for many years. For 40 years, I've seen a therapist. And taken hardcore antipsychotic and antidepressants. And been arrested many times by police and locked up into mental institutions. What are you going to do now? I also do think lace would be better for you. The hairline is bleached, it is more easy to place it. Correct. Oh my God, why don't you ask someone to help you? It is so much easier than you are trying. I'm sorry, but it is hard to see you struggling. Please get some help. Don't be ashamed to wear a hair system. Let someone help you a few times to get it done because you are driving yourself mad. I wish I could be there. It is so easy, really. I could have just stopped being frustrated and just stopped, right, and stopped filming. But I decided it would make people who are struggling cope better by seeing somebody else going through it. You know what I mean? I think this is valuable, what I've contributed here to this channel. So I do it deliberately. Even though my emotions aren't always deliberate, I actually am frustrated. I'm not acting. We are giving this guy all the tools he needs. He's just not listening. I'm beginning to think this isn't all an act. Sweaty laughter and shock. Yeah, he makes something that should be easy for him after he's a practice very difficult. Did you see the last video? Oh my God, 6 hours lol. Yes, that is his problem. It is difficult at the beginning, but after so much time you should expect him or anybody else to know how to do it. If you turn on your YouTube, you know it in a few hours, and there can be some minor problems in time, but nothing like I see in his videos. I think he is lonely and wants to make content. Something in that way, says my feeling. I could be wrong, of course, but what he does with the hair systems is not something that takes years to learn, definitely not. I wish I could be there to teach him how easy it is, really. Just make a video and send it to me. All this time and money wasted, could have just got a hair transplant for 5K and been done with it. Really? I thought you had to take medication for the rest of your life and never be able to use your dick again. Oh my God, that was hilarious, as I went through some of the same frustrations too. There you go, relatability. I took it off and just roll with the natural stuff now, but remember those days. Sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad. I've been looking at Rob Wood's videos out of England. They really do a good job. Novo Cabello. If I ever go back to hair systems, I think I'd find me a salon that specialises in placements and cut-ins. It's so hard to do everything by yourself. Since we're doing this also for YouTube, I suggest you give different methods a try, and then at the end we declare the best of them all. I do. I give every method a try. Bro, except for hair transplants. Bro, don't worry the first few times, which is not out of the question. I just hope the technology becomes good and affordable and somebody sends me a decent link, not to some general fucking read about what a hair transplant means page. An actual, here are the pricings and this is the way to book your scheduled appointment. Just normal, logical links that are actually useful. I went to all that effort for all the links in the description below here. As you can see, fucking took me weeks to create that list for you. Just go to a few seconds of effort if you think that I need a hair transplant to provide the link to me and for everybody else. Don't just fucking blurt out vaguisms. Not a word. It should be. Use it. Bro, don't worry, the first few times were not easy for anyone. In my opinion, you make two mistakes. In the beginning, you should use the tape on the perimeter, front excluded. Then you have to position the system correctly on the front, which is the most important part as anyone can see it. Once the front is in the right position, then you remove the first tape on the side and you secure the system to the scalp. Then you flip forward the system and you start to pull out all the tapes, and then you roll back the system in place on your scalp. I suggest you to roll it step by step and use your thumbs as guideline to follow the position of your real hair. Once that is done, you can apply the glue on the system in the front part, and that's it. Once it's dry, you stick it on the skin. Don't give up after a month. It will become super easy because you'll get used to it. You'll be happy in the future if you don't give up now. Which video was this? What am I doing in this one? Second attempt. Okay, so have I already sort of... Where's my shave zone shaved to at this point? Okay, so at that point, I don't think I've even shaved down to my tattoo yet. So I'm having major crown issues and all sorts of shit. Yeah, see? Not even down to my tattoo at that point. I'm still establishing how much of my bio hair to shave off to try to make a hairpiece sit nicely. Still, I don't know that this 10-inch distance is ideal either, because I'm still getting this flap. It will be perfect if my hair grows out, or if I don't really risk cutting 2 inches shorter than 2 inches, because it's so beautifully cut by Lord Hair, and I know I have no skill in cutting hairpieces. I'm so shit at it. It's hard reaching around it. Also, having my hands in the air for hours and hours and hours, just dealing with it. It's, I mean, everyone knows if it's cut to stencil size and the hair has been cut, and you just open the box and you just put some tape or glue on it and just put it on your head, that's the easiest thing you could possibly do, especially if you've got a well-established shave zone. That couldn't be simpler, right? Oh, is that what these people are thinking is happening in this situation? No, I'm defining a new bald area. It's completely different. It's completely different and well explained as well. So fuck anyone who doesn't understand that. Let's see. Once that is done, you can apply the glue on the system in the front part, and that's it. Once it's dry, you stick it on the skin. Don't give up after a month. It will become super easy because you get used to it. You'll be happy in the future if you don't give up now. I'm sure I will. He doesn't read the comments and doesn't really care what you have to say. He's going to do it in his own, on his own, make himself miserable. Bro, you have to change tool to spread the glue on your head. You can use a spatula such as wood in the ice pop stick or something similar. It has to be flat, 1 centimeter, wild, and no flexibility. I've totally reinvented the applicator in my latest video. You'll see. It still didn't look bad, though I know the struggle of being a perfectionist. It did look bad. It was terrible. The white sheet of plastic overlapping the back of his bio hair. He made it worse, much worse, when he cut it, but it did look bad, lol. Personally, you could have stuck with partial. I know you were concerned about the grey sides, but that was easily fixable, and the crown became thinner when removing acrylic glue from the bio hair when you used a slightly larger partial. You have enough hair to stick with a partial. When you kept cutting your back and sides too short to disguise the grey is when you felt the need to switch to a full top, which I don't think was necessary. There was a video you put out last year, 2 bad pieces and a good one. The third one was so good, the perfect blend, match and hairline. When you grew your natural bio hair out, you're over-analysing it too. The full topper looked fantastic when you had it on. The cut too, it would have been better to leave it be for a couple of weeks and trim the excess at the back when you took it off and use that as your template going forwards. No offence, but if you keep overthinking it, you're going to be skint because you'll be going through full toppers in no time. From videos I've seen since lockdown, I've never been tempted to use Lord hair due to shedding. Yeah, those first 6 were terrible. The one that I'd mentioned to them, they gave me an absolute replacement immediately within a week. You're overcomplicating putting it on your head. Start from the back, line it up at the back, and then roll it onto your head from the back forwards. Just hang the hairpiece over your fingers so the poly is exposed outwards. Move to back of your head and place back of piece to your cut zone. Then rolling it forwards, you can clearly see every step of the way and check if sides are matching, etc. I want to see this done. You're wasting your breath. This guy doesn't listen to anybody. You should do halves. Lay the system on your head and position it properly. Secure the system with a band. Lift the front side, apply glue and stick it down, then lift the back, apply the glue and stick it down. Is this what people are actually doing? It's got 4 likes, that comment. How do you get the... Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop listening. How do you get through all that and not risk getting glue all over the place? I know how to do it now because I've got a new applicator method. That would require your arms to be in the air for the maximum amount of time, that method, which is the hardest thing of all, having your hands up like this the whole time. Potentially, it's the way to do it. So you place a hairpiece with no adhesive at all on your head after you've prepared your shave zone. You squiggle it into position, you put a band down, you lift it a little bit at the back, and you put a band to hold down that system so that you've got all that exposed. From my experience, 14 years of experience or whatever it is, there's no way it will stay in position. If you taped it, it would. You could sacrifice a couple of bits of tape or just leave them there as part of the whole setup process. Then you could flip some forward, but you'd want to do the edges as well, and during that process you're going to risk the hairs flicking back down and in. I'd need to see it done. It's easy to say. It was one of my first theories, obviously, as I discussed ad nauseum actually in my videos. I just need to see somebody do it. I don't know that a hairpiece doesn't fold as neatly as a piece of paper landing on a, exactly the same size rectangle on the table. It flops around all over the place, and there's sweat and there's fucking glue all over the place, and hairs falling into the glue. It's with the overhanging you're getting is because you put the template on your head. It wasn't sitting flush to your head. which will make the measurements wrong, because when you are cutting the hairpiece out, that will be flush to the template, which will then be bigger and cause overhang, so you might be better off using a method of cling film and sellotape to make your template. Yeah, that's exactly what I did do. Maybe I haven't done it yet in this video series. No idea why he didn't just do the cling film method in the first place. He was set on the path of failure from the beginning with his template and shave zone. Another commenter called it in one of the earlier videos, stick on will fail. Feel bad for him. I could feel his frustration towards the end of the video, this video. I can see why he's trying a different method, because cling film isn't the best template. They're a bit flimsy, but it works. I'll prove to you in later videos. I don't have to do it anymore. I've already done it. It's been released to the public. It's what we're going to go through the comments soon. That it shrinks, and it's absolutely arbitrary where the edges are supposed to land. The cling film, I've basically eradicated that method now. Obviously, it's better than using the dome method. The domes just don't conform to a human head or a mannequin head, so neither of those are good. Of those two, I'll give you the cling film method, but it was never a good method, and it's painful to do it that way. And because I ignored all these fucking stupid comments here saying I don't know why he didn't just do what we said, because thankfully I did ignore what you said, I invented a brand new way of doing it, which is vastly superior, and I wouldn't have if I'd listened to you. So thank God for me ignoring your shitty comments saying, why don't you listen to us, we know already what is written in the Bible. Fuck off. I can see why he's trying to use a different method, because cling film isn't the best template. That is correct. They are a bit flimsy, but it works. I'm wondering, because he has a 3D printer, could he make a template out of cling film and sellotape, then scan the template, then make a 3D printed version? Yes, but it would not be flexible enough to sit on the mannequin head, which is 50% of the use case for the template. It must conform to both the mannequin head and my head, which are different shapes. Now, if I made a mannequin head in the shape of my own head, that would probably solve that problem. Then I could use firm, hard plastic. I mean, didn't you already see the video where I started using like epoxy glue and experimenting with all different types of rubbers and things to try to make, or is that yet to come? Anyway, I've spent hundreds of hours on just the template alone. So, only because I ignored all the commenters while I was doing it. That's what inventors have to do. I can see why he's trying a different method. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yes, 3D printed version would be too rock solid and would not conform to the mannequin head and my head. He's always overthinking and trying to reinvent the wheel. That's the whole purpose of the channel. All the crazy video, mirrors, etc., they're amazing but useless unless you get a good template. I reinvent the template and the video mirror. Both are essential to looking at the back of your own head and placing the template down perfectly. Stick with your gut instinct next time. You said multiple times you weren't going to cut it whilst it was on your head. Honestly, your hair looked amazing before you cut it and ruined the back. I don't remember what haircut I did here. Everyone has setbacks. Just hopefully you learn from that mistake, and that's part of the process of getting easier as you go along, just as it was for your front partial. I agree. I thought the longer haircut at the back looked great, but I guess he couldn't resist fiddling with it and replaced it. I think he's too paranoid. The dentist couldn't give a fuck what his hair looks like. He's looking at his teeth, not the hair. Yeah, I'm probably sure I mentioned trying to make myself look nice for the dentist. I probably gave up on the back because I just couldn't be fucked anymore. I don't know. Can't remember. Lord hair quality is hot garbage. Switch the La Vivid Eros. I have been doing La Vivid for a while now and so happy with them. Also lower your hairline. From my experience, those are even worse than Lord hair. Hair quality very poor. All my pieces are Lord hair, but I don't abuse them the way he does. He thinks it's his normal hair. Scream out loud face. At your own joke, face. Lord hair quality is hot garbage. He's posted that twice. Switch to the Levidiros. Yeah. Also lower your hairline. If you check the address on the label, you may find that they both ship from the same factory. It's like Duff beer. Chris, you are the right person to teach Stick the correct way to make the mold, cut and apply. Help the guy, please. Best regards. I'm definitely going to make a reaction video to his. Oh my god, watching his videos almost makes me want to hop on a plane to the UK and help this guy person to person. What's in the UK? Pretty sure he's in Australia. Panther Train 1984. If I were you, I would get some Biggin beard dye and match that to the hair. I would also dye the greys and skin fade the sides. I also think you should bring the front hairline down. That's probably why you keep getting overhang at the back. It's starting to too high up compared to your measurements. Do all those things and I guarantee you'll be happy with the results. Get a hair transplant, stop all this nonsense, get on finasteride, get an oral minoxidil. Many Australian doctors prescribe it. Give it a year and then get a transplant. You have good donor hair and you'll be free of this crazy charade. I strongly disagree. Nothing will ever look as good or top the results you get from hair systems. He just doesn't have guidance or someone to tell him the right way to do this. He is way overcomplicating things. Yes, he is, but someone who also went through this and then went the transplant route. I am way less anxious about my hair. Wearing was a nightmare. He's clearly got the money to go to a good doctor. No, I don't. He's nearly 50, so he doesn't need hairpiece density, just age-appropriate density, which with his loss and available donor is very achievable. I agree, he overthinks everything, and in doing so he ruined what actually looked pretty good. Forget the transplant, get a therapist. Yes, you've said that. Everyone has a crown, but where they are located from front to back varies from person to person. I have the crown from hell that makes style choices difficult. It either must be cut so short that it lies flat or enough length, 3 to 4 inches minimum. It seems your hairpieces have a similar hellish pattern. Yeah, those 6 did. This would mean that you should leave enough length so that it lays flat in a normal spiral shape. Take care when cutting this area. Don't rush and find the direction of the spiral and follow that pattern. I believe that is where the bump comes from. Oh yeah, didn't I make an entire episode about the crown problem? Where is that? Is that not? Oh, yes, as you can see here. Am I in front of this? Let me have a look. I think I'm blocking your view of that, right? Okay, so he's mentioned the crown problem and the bump. Yeah, and so 13 and then 14 is the crown problem. Let's go 13.
I seriously hope this gets...
Okay, let's sort by newest. Let's just drag this along for a second here. What's the length of this video? 2 hours. This is called slow progress. Why would slow progress get heaps of clicks? I don't know why. Like, I'm just looking at the comparison. 2.4 thousand views on this one. I must have a nice thumbnail or something. Oh, because you like the thumbnail. That's you cheap fucking bastards. Look at you. Because of the thumbnail. That's the only reason, isn't it? The others have got like 900 and this one's got 2,000. 2,500. Alright, let's see what you guys said about this one. For your information, you already handsome without the hair. Thank you, but I look like a melted candle. Very nice, great job, makes it look realistic, it suits you. Greasy hairpiece, you need to learn how to style the hair. Definitely, I'm not into God at all, and I'm Catholic, and Mary loves that rubbish. Videos are raw and honest, that's what's needed in the hair loss industry. Wear a durag at night maybe. I use a silk pillow which helps keep the chaos down a bit. That hairpiece started from 6 inches long and now it's only 3. Those hairs looks like from someone who got exposed to radiations. Bro, change hair quality from the company. Go at least for Remy hair, but even better European ones. Trust me, bro, you won't regret it. Money. I don't know. Maybe. I would like to remind you how your politician in Australia has handled the COVID pandemic. You got deported from your home to containers until you got a negative test. That's Nazi way to handle problems. You are under a regime almost as bad as the one in China, and you got exposed. I'm sorry for Aussie, but when I heard saying stuff like that to someone that has never done some as your Prime Minister did, something to do with COVID, couldn't understand the rest. You should get one piece fitted by a professional. It would allow you to establish the correct shave zone and also provide you with an accurate template to use. Yeah, I know, but that would be cheating. I'm a guinea pig. I need to be experimenting on myself. It's like those t-shirts that say, your liver is evil and must be punished, with a picture of a whiskey or a beer or something on the front. Want to know something more nuts than Trump believing in God? The other side, Democrats, think men can get pregnant and can't define what a woman is. Pretty nuts, huh? Dude, you have to lower the hairline. I would much rather have a slightly unrealistic look by having it lower than that old man, my hair is receding big time type look. Lower the hairline an inch or even an inch and a half. This. That's my genetics. That's how my hair naturally was before I started balding. Sorry. I don't think it was ever an inch lower. If it was, then I'm delusional. Maybe I could go back and look at some old photos. My forehead creases are up here. Hi, I did know you have 5 wigs topper. Oh, I get. You know that beauty supply store, men wigs topper and women's wigs topper too. Also, they wigs color too. Love, David. Is that an ad? Doesn't have a link. Why don't you go to a professional and pay them to do this job? I know it might be expensive, but at least you won't be wasting your time. I would want to walk in there with a full camera crew. It's much more expensive. Better to learn yourself. Thank you. And spend all the money he does on useless equipment and all the hair pieces that he ruins. I don't think so. 3 thumbs ups. How many counts have you got, Wayne David? You're under investigation now. I know that other guy was you as well, you fucking piece of shit. Who said God is a bearded man in the sky? Let's have a go. I'm probably ripping it at God.
There is no evidence at all that there is some bearded man floating around in the clouds above this planet, looking down, listening to our thoughts.
And his reply is, who said that God is a bearded man in the sky? I know, Leonardo da Vinci. How can you measure the supernatural with scientific instruments? Of course, you won't find evidence with your eyes or ears. It's called belief or religion for a reason. You rely on others' testimony of thousands of prophets or your own mental intelligence. The Quran begins with, this is a book for those who believe in the unseen. The Quran means recitation. For some, I think Muhammad had a problem with writing in the beginning or something. It was supposed to be recited. I'm not sure whether... I did see a documentary about it. For some, the mere fact of their existence in a world with all its provisions, both good and bad, is proof that there must be something that set everything in motion. Yeah, there is probably something that set everything in motion. The Quran addresses how humans, through contemplation of the world, come to conclusions about their existence of the Creator, who is nothing like a man. Well, the early gods were all like men, only bigger, born from titans who are even bigger still. So yeah, Yahweh, one of the late gods, he's also man, made man in his own image. Whether he's got a beard or not, because he shaves with some fucking massive razor blade. He is the one who set everything in motion. All-powerful, merciful, and knowledgeable. Beyond anything you can imagine or compare to. Certainly not a bearded man. Well, that contradicts the Christian Bible and the Torah, because the Old Testament is the same for both. Because apparently Yahweh, I am, made humans, or man, in his own image. Personally, I find the idea that the universe sprang from nothing. That's not your only other option. Big Bang Theory, and that everything is a result of billions of years of evolution. But you got to couple those two together as a package deal to be a bigger fairy tale. Okay, so we're just choosing which fairy tales to avoid rather than looking for the truth. Just a mere fantasy that keeps you occupied with the pleasures of this world in order to avoid facing the inevitable, namely the departure of our soul from the body and the judgment that follows. You should stick to discussing hair systems instead of discussing religion under hair system videos. Hypocrite much. If I were start talking about politics or religion in his next video, that would indeed make me a hypocrite, since I had indeed requested that he not mention it again. But since he already did, I took the time to address his comments on religion as a closing remark. My videos are fucking 300 hours long. What are you going to do? It's going to come up. Politics and religion. My limited understanding of them. Honestly, you are hacking away and butchering that hair system because you don't like it, and the real problem that you're ignoring because you feel you can't, and rightfully so, it's the front hairline. No one your age has a straight like that. Secondly, and more important, is that they use that V technique for the hairs. That front is not a single strand tie off, so it looks fake. May I ask what you paid for that? Stop cutting, especially under your fingers. But it allows me to grab the hairs and place them in the sink. The back actually looked good. Don't know why they keep talking about the back. I'm not even looking at the video. What you need to do is get a tweezer and pluck that to make it look more natural. There are plenty have graduation. That's the same as exposed base. What you would do is get tiny little scissors. I tried pinking shears and all sorts of things to try and make it undulated in a natural way. When you talk about straight, I don't know if you're talking about the hairs being flush in the launch zone where they're from, or if you're talking about the way I've cut the actual base. You need to be strictly clear about that. What you need to do is get a tweezer and pluck that to make it look more natural. There are plenty of YouTube videos of women doing it to their wigs. You'll give me anxiety watching. The length was perfect. Okay, here's Wayne David again. Trust me, you're wasting your breath. Hey, nice spelling. I'm very, very impressed, Wayne. This guy doesn't pay attention to what anybody is saying. I think it's all an act, a play, and we are the audience. It's a joke. Yeah, good with your punctuation in the beginning. When filming, and he's got a like on that too, from his other account, one of his other accounts. When filming, you should stick to your hair system rather than discussing politics or religion. 4 likes. Might have to beef up my discussions about religion. Bravo, outstanding determination. Keep going, you will get this. Thank you. It is a lot of fucking hard work. Just use tape, no glue. 6 thumbs up. I do in future videos. In fact, in this series I do. That looks 100% better than a partial. Congrats. Yeah, it can. It definitely can. Yeah. I'm I think I made the right choice. So full of stress, my friend. Correct. Alright, crown problem. Let's see if those people who were saying, oh, you've got some sort of problem with a lump in the back of your head, I think it might be the crown. Let's see if they, like, come back to say more stuff about that. Let me just scrub through this a bit. Look at the chaotic stitching directions.
Your hair shorter than an inch on a hairpiece.
Look at that round. It's a chaotic chunk. It's just protruding out. There was no way to control it. It's just a badly made hairpiece. Let me put it back into newest first. Ooh, we know you are us. Oh, that's not French. I don't know what you are us. I'm not sure what language that is. I don't know. This is a weird order. Bro, Paul was correct. The Holy Spirit will dwell within the person who asks. Research it. Yeah, I used to worship and pray to God every single day. I was the most devout Christian I ever met. Do the recipe with your heart. It makes all the difference. Peace and joy. Yeah, I loved being deluded into thinking that my ancestors and the angels and the saints and Jesus and God were all listening to me. Loved it. So beautiful. Had the warmth of the Holy Spirit surging through my veins, and the universe was at one with peace and fairies. Just go bald. Bald is gold. Also, why do you say you can't trust doctors? What happened? Oh, I've been misdiagnosed with all sorts of shit. Haven't you? You need to have life experience to gain the wisdom to be able to relate to these kind of comments. It's kind of a prerequisite. I can't go back and explain Confucianisms and stuff to you because sayings are just useless unless you've experienced it. I couldn't be asked with all that, so I'm glad I just shaved me bonts, lol. It's weird though how women can get away with wigs but men can't, lol. Yeah, that's not fair. Each their own, though. It's a cruel world. Yeah, I'm sure that in the future, with the alphas and everything, alpha generation, weird name, they'll all get more effeminate, and wearing a wig will be nothing. Wow, this channel is 13 years old. Is that old? Mate, sorry for my English. I'm Italian. Mate, sorry for my English, I'm Italiano. I have been following you for some time. Your biggest problem is that you don't have manual skill. You are appreciated because you put so much effort into what you do, but you are truly denied. Why do you insist on cutting your hair system yourself? Install it and go to a barber like everyone else and you'll be fine for 2 months. Install everything with Ghost Bond first. Ghost Bond, you fucking kidding me? How many times have I spoken about Ghost Bond? And first pass 2 layers of Max Hold Sport on the scalp, and for at least, for this most recent placement, I just put Max Hold Sport on 50% of my head, so we can see if there's any difference. And for at least 5.6 days, you can rest assured do a touch up on the front and will last another 6 days. Easy. Yeah. Ghost Bond, juice. You are not a sweater, are you? But yes, most people seem to be fine with Ghost Bond, so yeah, for the general non-sweaty people, it should work fine. Why the hell would you shave the hairpiece crown down so short? For the sake of exploring what the fuck the source of the problem was, so that everyone can see it. So I spend money to show you, to demonstrate with you issues and problems so that they're all known. And I mean, what the fuck's the point of talking at all? Like, I run experiments, that's what I do. You even go against your own advice. You have been saying for years that you cannot cut a hairpiece any shorter than a certain length. Lol, it might have felt bad to begin with, but you definitely sabotaged yourself this time. It was the hairpiece was so shit. It had to be sacrificed. Baffles me why he cut the hair so short on the crown. It now looks like he's balding. I don't know why people don't know that I'm running experiments. It looks terrible. Yet again, you fucked up a perfectly good hair system. No, it was a shit hair system, and you're a fucking dickhead. Do I ever want to hear this guy talk again? Do I ever want to hear this fuckwit talk ever again? He's got 53 comments on my channel. Well, he's got a lot of effort. I've never seen anything like that on a hair system. I'm sure it's a bad batch. Send them back and let them replace them with better ones. That is absolutely spot on correct. And I did for one of them. It's not a bad batch. Here he speaks again. One of his, 54 comments? 53 comments. It's not a bad batch. It's a bad application and a bad treatment of the system itself. I've got to get this guy up on stage to give us all a demonstration on how to put on a hairpiece that's molting with a fucking crown that's protruding out like a fucking unicorn's dick. Doing all this when you should have just done no FAP plus finasteride and you would have kept your hair and looked younger in the face too, lol. What does lol mean? Is that when you're laughing at yourself because you're laughing at your own joke? Let's see what Wayne David has to say. He still wouldn't be happy. He would be obsessing on something else. His problem goes way beyond hair and body insecurities. I feel for the guy. He seems to be a talented person. Whoa, shoving in some compliments in there. Swiss lace is king, which is what I'm currently wearing. Great station, deserves way more subs. Never seen such a shitty hairpiece. Find a new company, go for Swiss lace, and all your problems will go on that way. They are very gone away at the moment with the Swiss lace piece I'm wearing. They are, and it was pre-cut. Unfortunately, I've got to wait for my natural hair to grow a bit longer, or I've got to figure out a way to cut this shorter without it going sprawling, and I don't want to cut it. The other French lace piece that I got delivered, that's the next one I might wear. That one is pre-cut too. I love having the hair cut straight out of the box. There's no comparison, and I don't know how the rest of you are dealing with that. I assume most of you are either getting it cut from the factory, like I just did, or you're going to a hairdresser for every single hairpiece you wear, or you're lining up 6 or 10 hairpieces at a hairdresser and saying, can you just use tape, glue them to mannequin heads, and just cut them all the same so they're ready for me. If you're doing that, you might as well kind of just get it done at the factory. I can assure you this has been done well. They did cut it exactly as I said, 2 inches all over with 3 inches at the front. And it's really well cut. And next time, if I do figure out what my stencil size is, I'm not quite finalised on that one yet, because my shave zone might be 10.5 inches accidentally, because my hairline's still too high right now. Once I've finalised that, I'll make a perfectly good stencil for them to keep on their files, using the rubbery material that doesn't stretch much and is indestructible. Much better than sticky tape and cling wrap. Never seen such a shitty hairpiece. Find a new company, go for Swiss lace, and all your problems will go away. I admire your tenacity and determination, but you're not helping yourself. I've been wearing hair for 25 years. Wow, you would have seen some changes. And my advice for you would be, 1, ditch the exposed hairline, because you'll never be happy with it. I'm very happy with my exposed hairline right now. I've got a brush back look, as you can see here. It's extremely good. I'm very happy. So I can no longer believe anything you have to say, but we'll continue. 2, cut it while on the mannequin to around 3.5 inches before install, and then get a professional to blend it into your hair. You've got great bio hair around the back and sides. 3, don't be so aggressive. No. 2, I would say and suggest to everybody, based on what I've just experienced, if it's not too expensive, just get them to do it at the factory. If you do get it done by a professional hairdresser, you can actually send a used hairpiece into Lord Hair or whoever your supplier is and say, copy this. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if they need the I'd probably wash it for them just to be nice, you know. But like, I don't know if they need the stencil if they already have your used hairpiece, because that kind of is already the exact shape. I don't know if they make a stencil out of it or, but the hair length they could potentially try to copy. If it's some advanced shit, you know, with like some fucking, you need it to be 6 inches here and 1 inch here and then another 3 inches out here. I don't know if they'll be able to do that, but if it's a general men's haircut, fuck yeah, 2 inches around most of it and then 3 inches at the front, they achieve that easily with both this one and the French lace piece. Number 3, don't be so aggressive with it and stop putting clay in it. Just leave in a conditioner. You can get some that have some hold. Yes, I think you're right about the clay. Leave-in conditioner smells nice too. I often have the hairs hanging down in my face and stuff, and I really want to keep it in a nice locked position, and I keep saying clay is the right way to do that, but I think Mark Turner 2403 might be right. Why have you all got fucking numbers after your names? Mark Turner, you hit the right points. If Stick listens to you, he'll be happy with the hair system again, 100%. No, that's incorrect. I've just shown that I am happy with a front brush back look. So that's incorrect. That's 1 out of 1. So 0 out of 1 so far. Cut it while on the mannequin, around 3.5, and then get a professional to blend your hair. No, I would prefer to get it done at the factory now. That's my lesson that I've learned. So I'd say 0 out of 2, and don't be so aggressive with it and stop putting clay in it. You should use leave-in conditioner. I'd agree with that. So 1 out of 3. And then Nelson Ferreira 681 says you hit the right points. If Stick listens to you, you'll be happy with the hair system. You'll be happy with the hair system again. No, I would not obey those rules. One of them was vaguely correct. Wayne David, the problem is he doesn't understand the care and fragility of a hairpiece. He wanted to be his own hair. He wanted it to be his own hair so bad. I want to push hairpieces to the limits to see if they're built well and what we can get away with. If I have to treat it like, ooh, I'm wearing a hairpiece, everybody, just juggling this little thing on my head at all times with fucking overhang and gaps and shit, no. I'm going to keep fucking ruining hairpieces until they obey me. I'm not the sort of person who blames bad drivers at a badly made intersection if people keep crashing. I'll blame the people who created the intersection. Always. Motherfucker. Go and get yourself a drink. I'll be back in a sec. I'm going to wash this. So I just went into the bathroom and noticed that my front hairline on my lace piece is lifting, and now I've got to go through the fucking effort of taping out an area, gluing it so it's thick glue all the way to the front, not too thick, just the right amount. That will give me an opportunity to redeem this front hairline. I'll have to scratch off a fair bit of this shit. It's not like poly, we just glue a bit more on and then just plop it down as done. It's fucking lace, so I gotta deal with this shit. I forgot all about it. I gotta do that now. I'll tape the front hairline into a position where I think it will land. Obviously this hairline is too high. There's no point in you commenting, your hairline's too high after I've said it like 15 times. I know. It's because of the reasons I specified earlier that you needed to, it's prerequisite information, as everything else is that I say pretty much. Yeah, you need to know what I'm talking about before I say things because they're usually in relation to things I've said before already, or a topic. Should we zip through these last few before I do that? No, I'll go do that now, and I'll clean this up. It's 11:15, and I've got to be quiet now, so I'll just go and come back and fix it up. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing with this overexposed footage with me tiny in the corner down here if you're using a fucking phone instead of a normal person using a desktop computer. This is my new applicator brush. Okay, the brush is the tip. If I didn't invent it worldwide, I certainly invented it independently for myself because I've never seen anyone else do this. Get these things. I'll put the link in the next video I release because that's when I teach you about this thing. I've just happened to need it again now that I've come back in time to make this video first. Yeah, I might put a link to these things for you. Hold on. That's the best. Okay, this is the tape marking method. I've taught you about this. Alright. I want to bring the lights down, but I don't know what's going to happen with the green screen. It's going to fuck everything up. It's going to get grainier. But now you can make out my features a bit more because I'm not so blown out. But then I'd have to adjust the fucking shadows and shit behind me. And now you can see green. Fuck it. Doesn't matter. I'm sick of having those bright lights in my face. Let's keep going. The problem is he doesn't understand the care and fragility of a hairpiece. He wanted to be his own hair so bad. Yes, you're right. Nelson Ferreira. Bro, let the beard grow and you'll see how everything will look better. Also use lace in the middle of the hairpiece and use tape all around. I tried that in my next video that hasn't been released yet. And I've also probably tried it before. But I tried it quite a lot in the next video. Maybe one of the next two. I'm probably going to do the exercise one. It fucking took a month of filming. Wow, man, I'm so sorry. If you hate the crown so much, I think you should save the rest of your money and use the other hair systems and go back to front partials. You probably never be happy with stock hair systems and might need a custom hair system so that the crown will be in the place that you want it, and you can have them not make it as bulky as the stock units. Lace seems to not have the crown problem at all, and also the next hairpieces I received didn't seem to have a very bad crown problem either. But it's quite shocking that in all videos I watched of other people talking about full toppers, they never mentioned the crown problem that I saw. And I'm surprised nobody's mentioned it before. Also, you could use all that money and buy a better quality hair system from a better quality factory. I got no fucking money, man. Maybe you can take your next system, attach it, and go to a professional hairdresser to cut it. During the trials of stuff, when I was building all that stuff, yes, I did invest a fucking massive amount of money to make this series that we're reviewing the comments for now. Let me hear myself for a second. How's that? Okay. Let me just look at the mic levels on this thing. Can you hear me? Testing 1 2 2 2. Probably a bit low. What's the gain like on this thing? I don't want to adjust it now. It's definitely less than 50%. Anyway, turn it up on your device. Sorry, I don't know how to do audio. I'm so shit at this. Right. Maybe you can take your next system, attach it, and go to a professional hairdresser to cut it. Another thing, huge thing, it takes a while for the crown to relax and for the hairs to lay the way you want them. That wasn't the problem. It was just stitched badly. It's going to be bulky and bunch for a while. It'll take a couple of weeks for it to tame. I'm not waiting 2 weeks, 14 days. It's like, nah. All your hair needs time to relax and lay the way that you want it. Good luck, man. I just hate seeing you throw your money away and getting more and more frustrated and discouraged. Here he comes. Wayne David. He doesn't realize that people's bio hair always goes in a circle at the crown. That's a known fact. It's frustrating to watch this guy, but I'm kind of addicted to the train wreck of it all. Good. 2 likes. Your hair journey to this point has made interesting viewing. However, certain facts have to be accepted. If your obsessional determination and intellect, which has driven you on, but in this case these qualities have, in my opinion, proved counterproductive, you have undoubtedly already spent more money than it would have cost to get one system done professionally on both hairpieces and camera materials, etc. Had you done so, then you would have had the template and your questions answered, and the doll's head would obviate the need for camera equipment altogether. What does obviate mean? Remove. That's what I thought it meant. And the doll's head would obviate the need for camera equipment altogether. You would then have the freedom and the time to buy hairpieces yourself to substantially reduce costs in the future. If I were to purchase a hair system, then I would want as close to perfection as possible. Nothing else would do. No criticism on you, however. You have kept us entertained, and for this we thank you. Your videos, I think, though, have deterred would-be do-it-yourself enthusiasts and steered them in the direction of the salons. 3 likes. I mean, he could have initially got help and advice from a professional system fitter stylist explaining he has a channel where he does his own systems, but he's just looking for tips when adjusting to a full scalp version. Nevertheless, I think this channel is extremely interesting and think this will help a lot of people out. If he would only listen to the critique from the people who are trying to help him, he would have had 3 videos instead of 50, but I don't think he's interested in anything we have to say. I don't even think he read the comments because he surely doesn't. Don't listen. I've repeatedly explained throughout these videos, if you fucking got the wax out of your stupid fucking ears, Wayne David, that I'm not listening to people's comments throughout this process for the sake of experimentation because it may sway my results. Do you understand a thing I said? Fuck no. 33 looks like a roadkill left on the side of the road during wildfires. Could be worse, lol. Let's have a look.
No matter what the length there is, it's just the way it's sewn in.
It is the way it's sewn in, correct. It's fucking roadkill, man. It is roadkill. What are we up to? These hairpieces are made for people who want medium to longer hairstyles. After you've cut the shape of the hairpiece, no, they are part of a bad batch, and Lord Hair admitted it and gave me an instant replacement at the moment. And they investigated the batch as well. Unfortunately, I didn't send them back the other 5. I should have, because I ripped them all to pieces for the sake of making YouTube videos. After you've cut the shape of the hairpiece, I would pin it to the doll's head and try cutting the hair with scissors to the 3-inch length at the front fringe area and slowly reduce the length to no less than 2 inches at the base of the hairpiece. I don't know what the base of the hairpiece is. The back. Do this while the hair is pinned to the doll's head. It's extremely hard to pin and lift hairs from the doll's head without pulling pins. I'm not good at it. I've tried many times. It's fucking hard. It was my first thought to do that. I tried it. It was too hard. Take small sections and take your time. You will have more control and will cut more evenly. When you apply the piece to your scalp, you will only need to blend in the connection between your own hair and that of the piece. Again, take your time and cut gently with your clippers. Yeah, I don't know how to pin it nicely to the mannequin head and still have the grip it needs without those pins all pulling out, and it's a pain in the ass. Wayne David, yes, surprise, surprise. Putting pins in a poly hair system is really bad for the unit, especially the way he takes care of them. He pulls them off without any C22. It would rip in a second, but maybe he's rich and he don't care. I take them off carefully if I like them. If I think they're a piece of shit and I want to just test their strength and shit. What you are doing with these hair systems, you are making such a simple task as putting on a system unnecessarily difficult, let alone cutting it. Just go to a hairdresser and he will do it for you beautifully. 4 likes. He tends to overcomplicate and overthink the whole thing. He should just go to a stylist in his area. They take care of everything. It's their job. I think he's just self-destructive in many ways, but the way he treats those hair systems, it's disrespectful. It'll never be perfect for him. I don't think he's looking for perfection in hair systems. I think it goes way beyond hair. So far, he's ruined 2 perfectly good hair systems. No, they were shit. They were absolutely fucking terrible. You saw, if you were watching, that they were shedding like crazy. By overthinking and being obsessed with some sort of perfection. When I saw him cutting that hair to almost a bald patch on the crown, I winced. Oh no, I just don't know what he's thinking. If you don't have a problem with that crown problem and that extremely bad stitching job that I pretty fucking clearly went to a fucking massive amount of effort to show you, I can't help you. You are satisfied with the worst fucking hairpieces there are. It was so shit. It deserved to die. I don't know why you're on the side of the hairpiece. It was fucking worst hairpiece ever. He's already done that in one of his, though, right? What's he referring to? What you're doing with this hairpiece, you're making such a simple task. Just go to a hairdresser, he will do it for you beautifully. And his response... Oh no, his response is to the OC Mark. I fucking hate having to track this shit back. He tends to overcomplicate and overthink the whole thing. You should just go to a stylist in his area. They'll take care of everything. It's their job. Zach Sleeps wrote, he's already done that in one of his, though, right? He hated the result, lol. That's why he's kind of given up with hairdressers. Oh, yeah. If you're just talking about a standard hairdresser, they have no idea what they're doing. I thought you were talking about one of those specialist salons that I've never seen one in my whole life, but I know they probably exist. Hair club stuff, right? I went to one on the phone. I think it was $5,000 for an inquiry or some shit. There we go. Exactly what the people wanted, right? This is part 15 of 22. I didn't know it would be 22 parts at the time of making this. It was just fucking incessant. The main thing that I was addressing here was the mirror cam setup, which was exhausting. Fuck me. But lucky for you, I found all the ultimate parts, and it's a simple shop list now for you. You don't have to go through all the shit that I went through. But I wouldn't mind if you went and watched. I'd prefer you watched it all than I make any money out of it, just so I wasn't alone during the fucking massive process. Although I was, because 99% of it hit the cutting room floor and did not make it. Because I didn't want to bore you. In fact, most of this stuff I think I've even sped up for you.
2 more
so
boxes.
You can deal with it.
Another ball connector and a phone connector. I couldn't find one that had a ball connector back here, but this one at least has a pivot with some giant protrusive obnoxious arm sticking out the side of it.
There you go. See?
So I just woke up after my eyes are all cross-eyed and weird. I really want to stay away from the world until I've finished making this entire series of videos, which will
God, it took
require
me a
me
lot of
to
shopping to
finish
fucking find the right parts, man.
and have a
That
full
was
head of hair.
insane. Let's go back down here. Alright, let's put in newest order so it's not in some weird top comments order. Okay, when David's got a link now.
Hello all, welcome back to my channel. It's me, Mikey. Today I am going to be fitting a Nicholas hair system by LaVivid. I was happy with it. And with every system...
He's actually doing the white makeup line. I've never seen anyone actually do that.
As to where to draw the lines.
He's totally making a tampon-shaped one. That might actually flatten out. Because it's so undome-shaped at the end. Does it actually flatten onto his head?
So then what I'm doing, I'm going to plonk it on my head again, just to see if it's the right kind of size. Now, I know this is slightly bigger than my patch, but my theory is I would prefer it to be slightly bigger than slightly too small. You can always cut the base smaller, but you can't make it bigger. So I would prefer to cut it first a bit bigger, so I know I'm safe. So that's how I match up the center of the template and the center of the hair system so that it's symmetrical. So next what I do is cut off the lace. It is just, to my mind, it made sense to do it at this point rather than later. Again, because you can't really see the shape of the hairline until you've cut off the lace, especially from underneath, which is how I cut the base. So you'll see that in a minute. And I cut it with, I used an eyebrow razor this time. I will use a different tool next time. I'm not sure what. I'm going to do some research and see what's best.
He's a genius.
I didn't find it to be the best, so I wouldn't recommend it, but that's what I did this time round. And this is what it looks like after I've cut it.
What the hell is that?
So if you've seen any of my videos before, you know this is how I fit a mono and lace system. I always make sure there's lots of tape at the front to completely protect that lace. I don't like putting glue all in the lace.
That is much bigger tape than I've been using. Has he given a link to the tape he's used? He probably mentions it. I just
It ruins it, to my mind. It's a nightmare to clean. And then I do around the perimeter of the system. And then I'm not going to show you how I fit it onto my head. I've done a lot of videos about that in the past.
So he's gotten rid of the white lines now, and he's just gluing, I assume by guessing, because always the white lines he would have been gluing over them. I want to know how he cleans up this front hairline if he accidentally goes too far, or how he adds more with like a lipstick applicator if he goes too little.
And this video would end up being about 3 hours long if I tried to fit everything in. So there are previous videos showing that. And I press that lace down into that glue, just the very front, because you do need it at the very front. Unfortunately, I'd prefer not to, but it is the most natural look. I find if you do tape right to the front, you can see it, in my experience. So after all of that, it came out absolutely beautifully. I went and had it cut at the barbers, sorry, and they did an amazing job. But just look at this system. It is just so beautiful. The hair colour is perfect. The curl pattern, it's body wave, and it's just, this is my favourite system, I have to say. I just absolutely love it, and this is how it turned out after I had it cut. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much to LaVivid for this beautiful system.
Well, he didn't show how he removed all the glue from his forehead, which you could clearly see all over the place. You need the tape marking method. When this dries, I will just peel all of this off and all the bits of glue that are on the front that I use with this awesome applicator will just come off. Hopefully it will stay intact, and hopefully it'll land in the right position. Alright, so thank you, Wayne David. Actually a useful post. Comment. Too much aggravation. I think I would rather shave my head and be bald. Totally, yeah, it's fucking easier to do that for sure. But you got to shave your head every day. There's only once every 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, okay, so what's this third attempt? Yeah. This is where I just try all these different types of I ended up using that, by the way, that thing. I thought it was too floppy and shit, but there was a way. After I'd made the stencil size using your method of using the Saran wrap and Scotch tape. Look at those freaking disgusting... Stay still. Look, how fake is that? You can clearly see...
Looks like doll's hair.
Looks like doll's hair straight away. Fucking bullshit, man. That's why I've gone back to lace, because at least you got the knots that can be bleached into those fucking cornrow lines. What are they called? Doll's hairlines. It's ridiculous. Too much aggravation. I think I would rather shave my head and be bald. I'd rather just have a nice hairpiece that I can always reliably just shove my head easily with good glue and it doesn't fuck up. My God, grow some balls and shave the damn thing. I've done it multiple times, you fucking dickhead. Strange, you are plenty of hair density 3/4 of where you shaved your head. Why don't you just get a minor hair transplant for the remaining quarter where you have complete hair loss? It would be a minor procedure in your case. Really? Looks like you have more than ample donor hair in the back of your head. Get rid of that ridiculous piece. Maybe. Y0U. Make the FR0 Intel hairline Astro 0 Micley T00 BR0AD G0 M0 RE curved, way more curved. Your system is a circle, bro. 100K. Look at it. No topper should be a perfect circle. Also wear hats plus wig. This way you don't have to spend so much time every time you put it on. Is the hat for styling purposes? Or is it just fuck it, wear a hat? Yeah, you can fuck it and wear a hat. If I wanted my life to be super easy, I'd just wear a hat over my hairpiece. But I'm not sure about now because I got a fucking lace hairpiece and you can't, it'll ooze the fucking glue through after it heats up. This time I think it looks much better than before. If I were you, I would pay a professional to fit it for the first time and then you would have the template forever. Also see how they cut it. The amount you're spending on experimenting to get it right would soon be cheaper to get fitted professionally once. Your head, it is so weird shaped that when you see the top of it, really weird and scary. Look, truth is, this is Chat God official. If you're unhappy with what you've got after all the effort and money, why don't you just get a hair transplant along with using medication such as Min and Fin? Please hear me out. Min and Fin really helped me. I grew back almost all my hair with it. I think that's minoxidil and finasteride, by the way. I think minoxidil is actually something you got to actually place in your hair. And finasteride is a tablet, I'm pretty sure. Like Propecia is finasteride. I'm just guessing. I'm vaguely remembering these things. I used to take Propecia all the time. I grew back almost all my hair with it. I saw 0 results. But I didn't give it a fair go because I couldn't afford it. But now, given how much hairpieces cost, it might be worth it. There are so many people who have good results, but with a hair transplant, you wouldn't even need to worry whether you had good results with those, as with a hair transplant you'd only be maintaining it. You'd spend a lot less money, a lot less time, and it would be real hair that is yours and you would never have to worry again. It is something that I would love to have. I need a link with quotes for an Australian. Melbourne, by the way. Not fucking Darwin, right? And you know what? If you decided to do that, I would still watch your videos because I watch your videos for you, your personality. But you're a God-fearer. I'm an asshole. I'm fucking almost... It's very kind. Your personality. I think a lot of your subscribers feel the same way. I don't even wear a hairpiece, so I don't watch your videos just for the hairpiece stuff. It doesn't apply to me. you'd be a lot more happier, and I'd still be invested in keeping up with your life adventures. Hope you are doing well, brother. Very kind. 3 likes. And I will consider, not because of your niceness, just because of logic, I will consider hair transplant. I would just want to get a proper link. I mean, I can go and investigate a million things, but I've got you guys. A lot of you have had hair transplants. Just fucking post where you got it done. In fact, better still, make a video. You saw that the YouTube links work. If you make a YouTube video and post it, send it as a reply. That's pretty fucking easy. I know it's embarrassing filming your bald head and telling your life story, but just do a quick one. I mean, if you're going to say that many words, you might as well just record yourself saying it and showing what you did, and then showing the place where you got it done. Was it worth travelling overseas? The airfares included still cost less than getting it done in Australia. You know, you hear about people going over to Turkey to get it done, and it's like a horror story half the time, and it appears on 60 Minutes. But I don't want to end up like Michael Jackson. And you know what I mean? It has to be good technology. He doesn't read comments, or if he does, he pays them no mind. That's why he's in a predicament he's in. Yeah, I need to listen to wise people like Wayne David. 3 likes on that. Why don't you get a professional hairdresser to cut it for you and have your bio hair blended in with semi-fade? It would look so natural. It would look so natural if I didn't move. You don't want anything that short, I don't think. Semi-fade. Although maybe I don't know what semi-fade means. Definitely don't want this lump on the back. By the way, I reckon this would have dried by now, so I'm just going to do this without looking at it. I don't know why people are using a comb to, instead of their fingers, just smush it into position. I don't see the difference. Now, I can't prove to you with close-ups right now that this is all going to be good and land exactly. I expect it won't be exact. But I did try to sort of flip it down when I placed the tape, and then lift it back up and put some more tape and lift it back up and stuff like that. So hopefully it'll land correctly. This is the problem with lace, the front hairline. Everything else is really good, the way it blends at the perimeter. It can look good at the front hairline, but it's not basic. My favourite would still be poly at the front, so long as those fucking V-loops have bleached roots. You got 3 likes on the semi-fade idea. How about just getting a professional? Yeah, that too. I don't feel like this has worked properly. Maybe I've got to give it time. I didn't put any lace release in it, and I didn't put any C22 in it. So, because I didn't want to have to wash it. I didn't trust that residual parts of those chemicals would remain in the hair and reduce the hold. So I'm hoping that I went low enough with this glue application that there won't be overhang. Okay? It's probably not perfect. And over time, this whole area is going to get messed up with glue coming through the hairs and stuff. It's fucking lace. That's what you got to deal with. Got to take it off and clean it properly all the time. You are making great progress. I thought the tape template was pretty good. But you should have made another one since the size wasn't spot on. It doesn't cost much other than another minute or 2. Well, could keep making them. I did make another one, I think, in further videos. Also, like you discovered at the end, if you had a bit of recession at the temples, then you wouldn't have to cut the front. That is something that everyone is advising not to mess with as you... Is this ... something I can click? No. Also, like you discovered at the end, if you had a bit of recession at the temples, I do not want recession at the temples, though I do have it now. I don't like it. I want it to go back to the way it was, which means going lower along here, or coming in as a T-shaped hairpiece. I don't want that. Then you wouldn't have to cut the front. That is something that everyone is advising not to mess with as you... I don't know what happened there. Mate, I've said it many times, please look into hair transplants. I don't know where you think technology stands, but with your donor and possibly even boosting your current hair with finasteride and oral min, you're a great candidate. You must spend thousands upon thousands on pieces. Let's see. Yeah, I probably do. Glues, etc. Not to mention all the crazy technologies. Just to be unhappy with what's on your head. Is it really worth it? Send me a link. Show me a video of what you've achieved. Show me the company. Give me the prices. Just normal, standard questions. Answer them before I have to ask a million questions to find out what you're talking about. I'm not going to go and do another 500 hours of research into hair transplant technology again. I need a proper link with proper evidence. 12 likes on that though. A lot of people want me to get a hair transplant, or everyone to get a hair transplant. You are so correct, hair transplants look realistic today. Well, send me a link. He wouldn't be satisfied. Can't be trusted. I haven't watched all the video, but I think you've nailed the coverage with this one, and now I have a template to use going forwards. Personally, I think you're stressing over it too much for a full topper. If you're doing all the surfacing yourself as you are, tape will make life so much easier. It did. The cleanup is easier, and you're less likely to tear it. Also, the hold time is no less than glue. If anything, I find that it's far better with ultra hold tape. I use full topper with tape. I tape the system, place it in position on my head. Once I'm happy with the position, I remove the plastic on the back of the tape at the front only, so the system is secured. As there's some natural traction between the scalp and system, the system doesn't move out of position. Once the front is sorted, I peel off the plastic on the rest of the tape, spray some positioning spray. Once the front is sorted, I peel off the plastic on the rest of the tape, spray some positioning spray, and roll the rest of the system back. How are you seeing where the bits are? Are you talking about the backing of the tape? That removing the backing from tape in the stuff I've been using has been fucking hectic, man. You make it seem like, oh, it's easy. It's extremely hard to get your fingernail in there and lift that little bit of white stuff off the back of every piece of tape. It takes longer than applying like liquid glue. It's about 5 times long. It's about probably 10 times longer to use tape than glue because of the peeling the shit off the back. And in terms of the lace experiment that I just did, it didn't even stick to the lace. As there's some natural traction between it stuck to the poly though. It stuck to the poly well, but it took way longer. And at the end, the cleanup was just as bad as glue cleanup. And there's some natural traction between the scalp and system, and the system doesn't move out of position. Once the front is sorted, I peel off the plastic on the rest of the tape, spray some positioning spray. What does that mean? Alcohol? And roll the rest of the system back. Works every time. Positioning spray is great as it prevents folds, creases. You must be talking about alcohol spray, right? How's your overhang? Do you have any overhang? Like around the edges, can you feel, is it a smooth transition? If you took a hairbrush and just brushed it like that, would it flick the edge of your hairpiece? Because I don't want that. I want it seamless. I don't want fucking flaps all around the back of my around the sides and back of my head. Sorry to hear about your family and your mother having cancer. I hope she recovers. Thank you for continuing to post these videos for us. The amount of dedication you have is inspiring. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. That is the most important thing. The amount of dedication you've put into this is astonishing. Honestly, if you put this amount of dedication, motivation in literally anything else, you would succeed so damn much. Yes, thank you. He's always complaining about how fat and out of shape he is. If he took that money and got himself a trainer and went to the gym, I don't think he would even be concerned about his hair. Like I say, fit-looking people can shave their heads and they look much better. Like, let me say this correctly. I'd rather be fat with a full head of hair naturally, number one. Then I'd just lose the weight and I'd have a full head of hair and be fit. Number two, if I was to choose between who's better looking between a fat dude with the same face as the other dude, and he's got hair and he hasn't, but he's in shape, he's bald, I'd still say the guy in shape with a better body and a bald head is better looking than the fat dude with hair. If they're twins, you know what I mean? Yes, Wayne David is somewhat right here. I've been filming for the last month in another big project for you, showing you the full graph of all my body measurements and my weight and how it changed over the period of a month and all the training I did. So that's yet to come. I just had to fucking release this thing because I told you I would and get back to your comments before I release that. So that's loaded up in Premiere now. It's taken a fucking ton of time. I'm filming now with an iPhone 16 Pro, which I just purchased. But at the moment I'm filming with my Lumix G7. Dude, I wear a poly partial, and I too hate the dark haired doll's effect of brown V-loop hair stuck in the base. Good, I'm glad you noticed it. The solution is simple. Buy a blonde piece, cut it up, and dye it when it's on your head. It looks really realistic. It doesn't even matter if you don't go perfectly all the way to the base. Really? For the record, I have only ever accidentally stained a small section of the base once when doing this. I know you tried dyeing it and failed, but you didn't try dyeing it while it was on your head. I think I remember you saying you wouldn't be able to deal with having to do it every time you stick a new piece on, but it roughly adds up to the same amount of time you'd have to redo the greys on your side. Alright. That is the ultimate. I mean, in terms of simplicity, you saw what I have to deal with. Fucking make the front hairline of lace good. Have I got color 22, which is blonde, right? That's what I'm assuming Ryan Teacher uses. Color 22, and then he dyes it. I'd be very impressed. Ryan Teacher 8134, please film yourself doing this and post it on YouTube, then provide a link. I'd really love to see the results of this. I keep talking about you and to other people about how this has been claimed to have been achieved. You are the only person I know who's done it. Please do it. Please make the video. It's very important. I would love to do that, okay? Because the factory are not going to make the roots blonde properly. I'm in a PayPal dispute to try and get some money back from what they attempted to do when it's just shit. With one company. I think I remember you saying you wouldn't be able to deal with having to do it every time you stick a new piece on, but it roughly adds up to the same amount. You'd have to redo the greys on your side. I do my partial, my grey sides, and my beard all in one go. Wouldn't you risk, if you're doing your greys, risk getting it on those edges of your base? Because you have to let that stay for an hour. You can't, it's all wet and covered in brown dye. You can't let it touch the base. What are you talking about? No, I'm going to have to see your video. Otherwise, I can't believe you. I did my partial, my greys, and my beard all in one go. It takes 30 minutes. 30 minutes development time once it's all over my head after I've spent all the time setting it up and putting it on, putting gloves on and everything. Then I place it all on. That's 45 minutes from then until I go and have a shower, which takes another 15 minutes or something. Drying, getting dressed again. And now I've got, dyed hair and just a blonde hairpiece sitting there waiting for me. I've already spent an hour and 15 minutes. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Is there any special technique to apply it without touching the base, or just follow instructions from the hair dye? I just use the brush included in the box for applying it, but I use a little art paintbrush to get the very front hairline. I think some people smear conditioner on the base at the hairline in order to stop dye touching the base, but I never do that. I think some people, so you are part of some community of people who are absolutely achieving 100% blonde roots poly. Where is this club of geniuses who are achieving the ultimate hairpiece? What you're describing is the ultimate hairpiece. So what I'm understanding is you're buying a bunch of 0.03 millimeter poly base hairpieces with color S22, which is blonde, right? Then you're using color, whatever, to dye your greys and your beard, right? You wouldn't dare put the base piece on your head while that's happening, surely. Otherwise it would touch. You wouldn't be able to avoid it. Then you use a brush to dye the blonde. Have you cut the blonde shorter so it's more manageable? Have you positioned the blonde hair in a certain brush style, or are you just partitioning it and everything else while it's on your head? How are you seeing the back of your hair? If you haven't got a construction mirror cam like I've invented, are you holding a mirror with one hand and somehow dyeing your hair with the other at the back of your hair to get it all right? Because you say it's on your head when you're doing it, right? And you're doing all of this in 1800 seconds, 30 minutes. I don't believe you. Prove it. Video, no editing, raw, upload, send the link. Thank you. Very hard to believe. 30 minutes. Sounds like the odds of not getting a splash of dye on the base. You wouldn't even be able to wipe off the smear. It would just stain instantly. I don't know how the fuck you're doing that. You have to put the video. Is this what you... What's this one? More problems. Typical. Oh, that's a good opening, isn't it? Is this what you fucking imagine you'd look like when you grew up, you fucking twat? Go to the fucking gym, sort yourself out and get a fucking life. You're nearly 50 years old, you fucking wanker. Fuck me, what a waste. What a fucking waste. Your father would be fucking ashamed of you right now, son. I guarantee it. He's sitting there fucking wanking off how fucking much he hates your fucking head. And I, as your reflection, hate it as well. Because look at it. Look at the state of it. What have you done? Blaming other people for what you've become. You old man with the fucking grey that you've tried to cover. Everybody knows it's a lie. And then what the fuck is this shit on your head? You look like a fucking egg. Don't even bother trying dressing up. Wear fat clothes. Everyone knows you're fat. Accept it. Be humble about it. Don't fucking go around being all nice looking. People will think you're trying then. And that's the saddest bit about it all, isn't it? You don't want to look like you're trying when you look like a fucking elephant miscarriage.
I've been having a bit of a think about
elephant miscarriage. Alright, sort by newest first. Stick on hair, I wonder what happened. No more videos, probably because a full topper is too hard to handle. I bet Stick on Hair may have threw himself in front of a car. Too bad we could not watch it. You seriously need to get a life. Your life must be so sad to say something like this. Truly the lowest of the low. I bet you're proud. Thank you. When are you next posting? 1 month ago. I would next be posting whenever that one came out. That 8 hour and 51 minute fucking video. Shit, that was a lot of effort. Fuck. You really look like John Lennon. I wish they could cast you for a John Lennon or Beatles biopic. I think you'd smash it. Your voice impressions, especially the English one, sound exactly like John's English impression too. I think you would smash it. I tried to learn how to do the Liverpool accent. Liverpool. No, fucking, I can't do it. I've got a friend who's really good at it. Liverpool accent. Oh, what was that, George? I said I faulted. Oh, that's nice. I can't fucking do it. Yeah. Does Botox help the sweating problem? I didn't really find it did. I got those injections, remember, up here. Didn't notice a big difference. Wasn't worth the effort. I need to give it another go. The guy refused to give me 50% of my head. I only wanted 50% so I could do the test. You know, like just right now, at the moment, I've got Max Hold Sport on only the right-hand side of my head to test the lifting to see if it changes. And I can tell you right now, just with that front that I just had to flip back down and glue back on, it was lifting just as much on the right as it was on the left. There was no difference. Max Hold Sport did nothing, just as the Botox pretty much did nothing. I didn't really see a massive difference. Good question. We go to a special hair salon for hair systems paying $50 with the dollar sign on the right. Where's that? They remove the hair system, clean it, clean the scalp as well, reattach the system correctly, and we go back home. See you in 2 to 3 weeks. $50 is a range. Probably in a big city it may cost 80 to 100. Will he Thai? If you are Thai, you're in Thailand where everything's fucking cheap. I don't think it's 50 or 80 or 100. I think it would be more like 400 a pop. That does not include the hairpiece, or I don't know. I'm just guessing. I just know how much shit generally costs around this fucking country. Lynn's Exposure. She's the nice one. Hairdresser here who started working with hair systems a couple of years ago. A hair system cuts very differently than hair growing from your head. It also lays differently, blends differently, and without hair system experience, a hairdresser could easily think they can do it. They don't realize just how different it is. Yes, please train them. That'd be awesome. And why not make a fucking ton of money from all the baldies who come in? You can get rich from this, Linz. Totally. Go make some money from this. Seriously. Go and source them from Alibaba or something. Just get... really, if you know how to do it, and you can do this for people, you could make so much money. In fact, I wouldn't just stick it with one hairdresser. I'd go and popularize it and become like a supplier, middlewoman. Crikey, how much are you spending on equipment? Perhaps spend a little more and get a better system made. Do you have a job? How many questions do I have to answer here? Crikey, how much are you spending on equipment? I think I tabulated every single item I spent, didn't I? I'm not doing that again for you. Perhaps spend a little more and get a better made system. Like I said, these were the same price. These duds were the same price as the good working ones. They're duds. I had to send them back. Do you have a job? Not really. Just buy and sell shit on the internet and do some acting here and there. Try making a mold. Yes, I did do that in some of these videos. I don't remember which ones. Used epoxy resin, and I also tried some other latex. I tried that. It ended up that the constant thickness of the... Where is it? Of the colouring cap. And I've got the links in the description. I'll show it to you right now. Let's go. We'll take you through this description here. Hairpiece Essentials. STENCIL Creation. Here we go. Go to Hairstylist Cap for potential template. Buy that and I'll get like 5 cents or something for affiliation. Any of these links, I would get like 5 cents. Yeah, that's the mold question. The mold question, I tried to make molds from hard and soft plastics and rubbers, and the ultimate was the Stylist cap from Amazon from the description up there. in every single one of these videos. They're all described, so you can just click on the links, and it's the cheapest and best and Amazon's choice most of the time, because I've did a lot of searching. It's all American links as well, so if you live in a non-American country, just find the equivalent in your Amazon or maybe eBay or something if you don't have Amazon in your country. He'll keep applying these systems and ripping them off. He'll never be happy. He's ruined 3 perfectly good systems, so sad to watch. They were not perfectly good. They were shit. They were all broken, and they were shedding like crazy. And it's not just because they were wet when I brushed them, as you said earlier. You got 6 likes for that. To all 7 of you, you're wrong. This is so disturbing in so many ways. Teary face. 3 likes. He keeps blaming the hair. It's not the hair, it's him. Gee, you've done a 180, haven't you, Jeffrey Joffy? He used to be a nice guy in early ones. I can see, though, there's a bit of a group thing happening there. Multiple accounts. Hairline is T00BR0AD. Way T00BR0AD. It's also the wrong shape for a male. It's curved and antithetically to XY and harmoniously XX. Fine, you fucking smart motherfucker. You're the one who used the word obviate. I love these new stick-on-hair videos. Never seen him this miserable. It has brung me such joy. Wait, what, lol? Why do you hate him? I think she's his ex. Lena5669. Don't know what happens if I click that link. Let's see if this is my ex here. Don't know what they're talking about. That's why you're lonely in life, weirdo. Jasper Crown sounds like a guy named though, lol. Oh, that is Lena there. Oh, right. Sorry, Lena. Hi, Lena. This is... Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't have publicly made you stand out. I thought you might have been a celebrity or something trying to make me... One more thing. V-loops are terrible for styling. You should go with injected or single knot for late. It will be way easier to style it. Yeah, please show me a comparison video. I don't really know much about V-loops versus standard knots versus... Well, I did try injected once and it didn't work. Single knot... So injected, I understand, is minimum 8mm thick base. Still might be okay. I didn't maybe give it a proper go because of the price of spending on those sort of things. It's just like I try it once, and if it doesn't work, I'm like, all right, it doesn't work. Single knot for late. Don't know what that means. Yeah, V-loops definitely force themselves in the direction they're forced to be styled in. They're not freestyle. They might be marketed as freestyle, but they're definitely not. Especially when it gets to the crown and they just have to figure some weird shit out to make it actually point in some generally safe direction, which usually means wrong direction. Depends on how clever they are with the stitching or how much time they can be bothered putting into the stitching for the crown. With this type of hair, never use glaze wax with matte finish. Use a pomade with shine effect and style the hair mixing it with water. You will look okay for all day. In the morning, start again the process. I don't know. I'd need to see a video of that. Bro, the haircut, it's fine. The problem are the hair. They look like they took it from someone who was 120 years old. Please try European hair and go to the hair. I don't know how much that costs. It would not be cheap. Please try European hair and go to hairdresser to cut it to the style you like. With this type of hair, there is not much you can do. I have used for many years the same company, and I had similar issues with you and styling the hairs. Yeah, you got to send links. You can't just make fake statements. I made a reaction video to you this morning and going to upload it. Good, let's see. When? Very curious when you post this, Chris. Me too. Good, let's see it. Panther Train, 1984. Chris L. What was the date back then when I posted that one? That was 14th of August. Videos. No, it's 2 months ago or something. Which direction should you side part your hair? How long do they usually last? How much it all costs? Well, that's everything. Couldn't find it. It's definitely not 3 months ago. It's only 2 months ago, right? So, don't know what to do about that. Why don't you wear contact lenses? I might. I've been considering it. But I mean, I got to read as well as see long distance, so I would have to get some kind of multifocal contact lenses, which apparently give you tunnel vision that are unsafe to drive with because they block your peripheral vision. I like how the haircut turned out. You could wear a hairnet to bed to combat the bedhead. I don't wear a hairpiece, but I have a bedhead most mornings. I just wet it or wash it right away. It's never a real drama. I believe you work or worked in theatre. A makeup artist would be a good option for cutting the hairpiece to your liking. They have the experience in working with hairpieces and blending them into your own hair. Just some random thoughts. Yes, it is a good thought. I don't really know any professional theatre hair people or makeup people. Holy shit, 5-hour episode. It's going to take me a week to watch it. Yeah, you should try making it. So sorry for your lose, man. That sucks so bad. I lost a nut. Yeah, my auntie died. Her husband and her two more uncles in an 8-month period. All 3 uncles were my dad's brothers, and he's the oldest. Sucks getting old because you see so many people that you know die. Yeah, I kind of figured that it's happening. Praying for you and your family. Good luck with your hair, man. It will one day get better. Better sooner than later, right? Later, man. Thank you. Audio? Question mark.
This, and I've realised
in the hospital.
It's the only system I found that works. That I was able to solve the problem. So is this when I started experimenting with the
once I've stabilised this.
Yeah. That's 11:40 p.m. So no traffic noise. I'll now switch and I'll start filming on this phone, and hopefully I'll be able to transfer all the. So I need it. Yeah, I don't know what he's meant by audio. At least by that day, that's for sure. I'm not going to walk around like this. This could have been one as well. So, would I want all of the... So with the new footage, one of the reasons I bought the iPhone 16 Pro is because of the built-in microphones and stuff. I've tried studio mode and everything else, so I thought it was better. Basically, it artificially cuts out any kind of echo in the bathroom and stuff like that, but it just sounds like shit. So, and you got to do it in post for every clip. Now, unless you want me to make just a little quickly, here's how I did my hairline, 30 seconds long, boom, release that to you. It would certainly save me a lot of pain in the ass effort. I haven't quite figured out perfectly how to make a perfect hairpiece, so I'm still experimenting. So while I'm still experimenting, I feel like even though a lot of people don't seem to care or understand that, I'll still maybe keep doing it. What are we up to? audio. That's it. Okay, 17. How many we got to go? Well, we've already got the end in sight. 17, fourth attempt.
It seems like a definite.
Definite see the thinning on top there. Don't think it's just the lighting. That thing's so cool. It's loud, but it's the first time you ever saw a glimpse of my tattoo. It bleached, so we just put fucking all the different marshals are like, oh, we'd have to set up a different. See, look, a fair bit of time has passed again for this to regrow. These videos go over a period of days or weeks.
Shit, I need it to be a nice.
Fuck, that was a massive exhausting
STENCIL.
effort, seriously. Look at the shedding on this hairpiece. All the first 6 were like that. I didn't use the 6th one. It's still sitting in storage. I probably should send it back as well, because I know it's going to shed like the others from that batch. Look at the accuracy. Still, I was still undetermined at that point that I'd gone down a bit too wide. I think I reduced it from 7.5 to 6 inches or something.
If I missed it,
This is the material that I use for my current stencil, which is, it conforms
I think it's
perfectly
fine.
to the mannequin head and
Take
my
the pin out.
actual head perfectly. But to get it to the exact right size, I did base it on the Saran wrap Scotch Tape Mega Mix. The truth based on that clock once again over there, if you can see what the time is. That is not quite right, is it? It's less seesawy than... That's not right. That doesn't fit exactly. I mean, you can see it's wonkily cut. When it's cut accurately, it is the perfect material for a stencil. And if any of you have a fucking brain, you'll copy me in using that and use my link to buy them. Alright, let's look at the comments. Use a brawn foil shaver for shaving your head instead of blades. I've told you this before. Using straight blade to the scalp like that is brutal and can make cuts and cause irritation. It does seem to make sense, but it's nowhere near as... and I do, my new razor that I featured in my latest video, which I haven't released, haven't edited yet. It has that connector, so I could use that foil. Yeah, foil is the name of that one with the holes in it, where only tiny stubble, if it's really short, can go up. Even with my beard length like this, it'd be so patchy. I've never seen them work well. Nowhere near as close as a real razor. And I've pretty much mastered the art now of using a safety razor if it's sharp and good quality. Oh fuck, it just do anything. Smiley face, ready? But when you get to the crown, you wouldn't just go, oh fuck it, just do anything. You would find one location, one spot exactly, and you'd go outwards from there, right? Like a starburst, correct. Yes, they do cut corners. I am so happy finally we'll start looking for a bridge to do what? Ha 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 ha. Reported to the police. Oh, don't worry about this guy. Thank you though. I feel like you made really good progress in this video. Good to see things going right. I hope nothing goes wrong too soon. Try not to play too much with it once you've got it down perfect. Put it on and forget about it. You can put on a bit of glue on the top of the tape in case it lifts up, but again, those are not meant for Olay. Pull them away from your skin and then complain that it doesn't have some strong hold. Put a bit of glue on top and you're just fine. Tape doesn't really go all the way to the edge. I mean, I might try it again, but with lace it didn't stick to this lace. Haha, all that tape at 3:54. Dude, you're on YouTube. Search for YouTube tutorials and have the patience to see the full video and learn how to do it properly. That's too stupid. 3:54. All that tape. That have not been prepared at all. And I've got to do all this again, but at least I will know what I'm doing next time. This takes a lot of fucking little minis, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, you're saying I didn't need as much tape as that. I don't know if I'd be happy with the way you're doing yours. If you're not going to the edge. The tape and neither glue are meant to stick on hairs or no prep scalp. As better as you shave it, as longer it lasts. In my case, the perimeter stay for almost 3 weeks solid. You showered twice in 17 days. He has depression. Did you not watch the video? 9-hour video. Absolutely not. 9 hour. Did I shower twice in 17 days? No, I think I showered more than that. Pretty bad though. 9-hour video. Have some dignity and shave it all off, bro. I tell you with the utmost respect. I did a double and triple take when I saw 8:51:53. It's like a Ken Burns documentary, lol. I'll have to look up who Ken Burns is. So the first thing I'm going to do before I put the tape around the edges, I'm going to cut off any excess overhang, any exposed base. I'm just going to check with the scissors to see that you do this to get rid of any exposed base around the edges. Hopefully I sped this up for you. If I can find any. Why is this not an 8-hour video? I don't know what just fucking happened. I clicked that link and it took me here. Only way. Audio. Well, it's just in a weird order again. Got to keep it in the right same order. Yeah, audio was the other one. Alright. Where are we up to? Prevention. So the first thing I'm going to do before I put the... Newest. Why take down my comments, mate? I just deleted that other dude. He's the first person I've deleted or even responded to for ages. Remember, I don't know any of your other comments. YouTube does stuff, I don't know. Sorry. It's just awful. It's soul destroying when your comments don't appear. I don't know what happened. Don't know. Sorry, I don't know what's happened. I didn't do anything. Haven't watched the whole previous episode. I don't know what's happened with the comments we're just looking at. 4th attempt.
It seems like a definite...
Where's that link that we just clicked and it took me to some fucking time? No sound. Where the hell? Let's put it in newest order again. Here it is. Haha, all that tape. Yeah, all the tape. And then shower. Twice in 17 days. It's probably exaggerating. I did a double and triple take when I saw 8:51:53. Now if I click this, having the hairpiece be in, it's taking me to a different. So the first thing. No, I don't know what's going on with that link. Let's just read through these ones first quickly. Why take to my comments, mate? Haven't watched the whole previous episode yet, but hoping you create a new STENCIL. The cling wrap method seems the best and most used by everyone. Their first attempt shrunk, but that seems an easy issue to fix. Just don't tighten it so much on your second attempt. If it hadn't shrunk, the STENCIL would have been perfect. Getting a perfect STENCIL should be the priority. 80% of the problems you are currently facing with it would be solved with a final accurate STENCIL that allows you to cut each hairpiece exactly the same way. Give it another go. I did. It was achieved. Thank you. This is a sickness mask face. Whatever. Where is that? Would mean that all of this. Was it more problems? Fuck, I'm lost. Newest. I just can't click that minute link thing again. So the first thing I'm going to do before. So now is this the one? Fuck, I don't know what's going on. Where was it? Fourth attempt?
It seems like a death.
I'm a bit tired now, seriously. Yeah, alright. So what number is this? 17. What the fuck's happened here? They must have rearranged. I must have dragged them. 13, 14, 15. Oh, fuck this. 15, 16, 17. This is why I'm, you know, that's what I complain about. That's just stupid. That should be locked. I shouldn't be able to do that here. Showers. 8:51, 53. Ken Burns documentary. Don't recognize him. The US and the Holocaust. Country music by Ken Burns. The Vietnam War by Ken Burns. I will try to manually go to that time code here. 8:51:53. Let's see what happens. 8:51:53. This video only goes to 8:51:52. No wonder he fucked it up, dickhead. FR, for real. It seems like too much work and hassle doing this every day, weekly. I'm balding, and once I lose everything, I'm more than happy to stay bald. You're not more than happy, you're lying. Man, you need to buy a silk or satin pillowcase. I had the same problem with cotton pillowcase. Okay, a few people have said that. Now you need to buy European hair and all this bullshit. We no longer be a problem. Okay. Believe me, with European hair, you don't get any of that. It will be like your real hair. You have nothing to do with Indian hair because they are chemically treated and the quality is terrible. When I'm rich, if I don't get a hair transplant, I will try European hair. But send a link to a video in the meantime, comparing Indian versus European. I don't know about all the chemical treatments and stuff. I think it's awesome what you were doing, but the time it takes would kill me. I want you to do a video in the shortest time from start to finish. I think I made a 1 second video, or I think it was less than a second. Go back and find it. Swiss Lace, you got to go with a honestly even AA front contour. Or honestly even AA front contour. The hairline is galactically too wide. Where do I end up here? I'm pretty sure, like even now, I could, in fact I probably should. Can't tell. Before I put that hairpiece on, create. But I've got to say, in my experience, these sharp hairlines, I fucking hate them. That bald spot on the back of your piece is scandalous, man. Your actual bald spot is much fuller than that, lol. What? He himself says it's all full. What the fuck are you on about? I'm pretty sure he knows he's joking. I've been watching for years and have commented many positive comments. Yes, you have. Thank you. I don't know why this is in that stupid order. He's responding to something the other guy said, and YouTube has put this in this fucking shitty order. So are all these in most recent as well. My bad, bro. I hadn't seen the full 8 hours yet and didn't realise just how much of a bald spot there was going to be, especially the fact he intentionally fast-tracked it by testing how much hair he was pulling out. Yeah, it's crazy that they are selling such poly-made pieces. The problem is they are really skimping on the poly coating. That must be the underside glue that locks them in. Or they are not treating it properly. If there's no poly coating, the hairs just slip out of place. Or is poly coating on the hairs themselves? I don't know what you mean by poly coating. Is that on the hairs or is that underside? The glue that holds the base of the hairs in to the base. Yeah, the shedding on this one was shocking. They're making people stick on hair just to go through balding all over again with the system. I should have just sent it back for a refund, and they would have had to just accept it. They would have, and they are good with refunds and exception, that sort of thing. Ironically, you said about sleeping hairs under the skin waiting to come back out, and that not being the case, but that actually can happen. There are many people who grow back hair in completely bald areas with regain. This isn't because those follicles were dead. They were able to grow back in completely bald areas because some hair can remain in a dormant state. That's interesting. Yes, unfortunately, if the hair really is dead, then the only solution is to replace it with another healthy living hair. But it's not uncommon for hairs not to be dead, but in fact laying dormant in a state, which regain helps to bring back out. I'm unsure of the reason for this, but check out the hair loss show by 2 doctors in Australia. They have great channel and best content for hair loss treatment and recovery. If I were to use regain or some sort of topical, as in skin applied treatment, I would not be able to wear a hairpiece unless I just placed Rogaine under there and then placed glue over the Rogaine. I just don't think it would work that way. Probably needs to breathe and all sorts of things. Potentially, I could take finasteride / Propecia, whichever of those two are the same or different or better. I don't know. But I would have to stop wearing a hairpiece if I used a topical treatment, unless it only is required once every 3 weeks or something when I do the full changeover. But then it's placed to stay in for hours, and then I have to sit there bald for hours. But thank you for showing the hair loss show by the 2 doctors in Australia. This is what it looks like if I look in YouTube for that. The hair loss show.
Welcome to the Hair Loss Show, where Dr. Russell Knudsen and Dr. Vikram Jayaprakash discuss issues relating to hair loss and the medical and surgical treatment of hair loss in both men and women.
Wow, it actually is Australian. That's pretty cool. Professional. They have a great channel and best content for hair loss treatment and recovery. Thank you, Chat God Official. No sound. There is indeed sound. There might be something wrong with your phone or speaker. I don't know why it wasn't coming through. I'm sure it's not good quality, but
You cut it really wonky. Like, I'd have to...
it's always bad quality sound in the bathroom. That's why I got this phone, which has a studio effect, which nullifies the reverb, but it sucks, unfortunately. I thought it was really good the first time I tried it, but it's not that good. Prevention.
So the first thing I'm going to do before I put the tape around the edge is I'm going to cut...
1 second, I just gotta use the Yeti headphone. Oh yeah. Is that gonna work?
off any excess, overhang, any...
Have we dealt with this one? I didn't know, yes, I've done all that. Alright, because it was shuffled. Tape.
So now I'm ready to test these out.
Yes, when I used tape for the first time. And you said I used too much tape or something, right? By the way, look at this rotation system. What you want to do for nearly every application, cutting everything, you put a pin in the center on the mannequin head and just rotate the thing underneath you. It is the easiest. No feet required to hold the thing in place. Who got there first? Newest first. I do not recommend using tape on a microskin system. It's better to use just glue. Believe me, it will save yourself a lot of headaches when trying to remove and clean. I use them, mate. They are the best. It's interesting to hear somebody else saying that tape is not better than glue. It does take a long time. If it was easier to rip off and apply, it does seem very simple and easy, and it's got such a low stick compared to glue that you have a fair amount of time to make adjustments. But cleaning it off is not easier than glue, unless you do it in the first couple of days.
Just want to wet this.
Accuracy, part 20, only 3 to go. Sort by, newest first. This one only had 441 views. One of the lowest view counts on this thing. You're almost there to getting a full cap, a full head of stick-on hair. It would be certainly easier for you than what you're doing. Accuracy. Discussed that. We discussed it, remember? Okay, other side first. Let's go. Look here. Bring it in close. We're going to expect a 1/4 of an inch overhang until I slice off those side bits, which is expected. That was expected. Okay. Front center. Let's have a look. How well did you bleach the front hairline here? Is it better than nothing, maybe? Flip the camera. It's still with the doll's hair effect. Is focusing. Nothing I can do until the factory starts manufacturing bleach. Advent 16 wants to focus on faces more. Something going on there. Yeah, really doll's hairy all the way through there. Just not focusing. Any exposed base that I missed. Impossible for me to see with this resolution down here. I'll have to watch it in post-production when I edit. Motherfucker. Flip the camera for us. That is covering over that awful shade bit that I accidentally went over. But it looks like in the future that... There we go. There's a close-up. This is with bleach. The front hairline. Okay, so with the bleach, I am able to somewhat minimise... I should have dyed those greys probably. Minimise that whole doll's hair effect, obviously. You can still see the shadow here of the poly, which is fucked. Very hard to clip that out. That is exposed base, but you can see how difficult it would be to remove that. This is 0.03 millimeter. You can see it there as well, that line going straight across. Fuck, it's hard. That's why, like with lace, I mean, you've got the same similar problem with real extreme close-ups of having glue shining. Look at that. That's even the poly itself is extremely shiny right here. Shine going on there. That's not good. But I can tell you right now, this is having bleached this front section a little bit. It has minimised the extreme darkness that those doll's lines can make you have. But you've got to really make sure that there's no exposed base at all. Otherwise you get that shit. It seems fine when it's dry. Poly doesn't really blend with the human hair, so hopefully I've done the best that it can be done. It's not sticking properly. It's not dry there yet. I'm going to put you back in the holder. Sorry. Okay, let's go back. Comments. Sort by newest first. Looking good, man. Good to see that you finally got it matching up and can start to become more consistent with it. I'm not sure what the other cunts are talking about. You haven't even cut the hair yet. Of course, it's not going to look as good as it can until you've given yourself a haircut. These are the worst results I have ever seen. It's because of a lack of hair to the sides of the head. The transition from side to top is just a dead giveaway. Why would you torture yourself like that? I don't understand where you're coming from unless you were entering into this entire series in halfway through episode 20. I don't know what you're talking about. I hate to say it, it just seems like a big waste of time and energy when none of these things come out looking good. I used to have the same struggle until I decided to go with curly piece that hides everything. These straight pieces, no matter what you do, they look like shit. The companies just don't make good straight hair pieces. Having such the severe exposed hairline with the systems just do not look natural. Okay, second last. That's a very feral haircut. Got on well in a protest. More equipment. Fifth attempt. A lot of darkness there. Oh, is this when I drove over to Adelaide? Yeah, this is when the hairpiece was totally fucked and I was stranded with no replacement. That was a very interesting episode. 1.6 thousand. What was the thumbnail? Oh, you got the nice thumbnail. That's why you guys clicked it. I'll fucking smash my car. It's fucked. Yeah.
But sometimes I go to somebody's house and they've got a machine and they're like...
Okay, there you go. That's what it looks like when I'm bald, you fucking idiots. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what it looks like when I shave my head. I look like that. That's what your comments say, yeah. Alright. So much effort and looks shit. Just shave it off. I just did. You fucking idiot. These wigs just don't work. Chuck Norris and Stallone can afford the best and they still look fake. I belong to the aged group at 62. I'm also a barber who has been asked time and again, my hair is receding, what can I do? My answer is always to accept it. I tell them at a certain stage it is best to go shorter and shorter as the recession progresses. Some guys eventually shave their heads while others keep a short buzz cut style. I think most guys are too lazy to put the time and effort into maintaining a hair system. I have never judged anyone for making the choice they make. With you, I feel your agony and it hurts. I followed this series and am amazed at the time, effort and expense you have invested in it. In your case, I would suggest shaving your head, which is easier than you think, and keep the ginger beard tapered down from the sideburn area into a fuller beard. This is a modern and widely accepted style for most guys at any age. Find a release and find your peace. Max. Thank you. Why don't you keep the hair between like guard 1 and 2? Looks solid on you. I don't know what guard numbers mean. Just tell me in inches. I know I hate inches, but fuck, I understand them with my hair. If you pin the uncut hairpiece to the mannequin head, it's not easy, dude. It'll be easier for you to cut from longer to a shorter length. The cut will be more even and the adjustments can be done after it has been installed. With regard to the hairs falling out, they may not be knotted as a lace piece would be. I would only use a wide tooth comb and not a brush on it. The less pull and tug could conserve the hair and slow down any tears in the base layer. I think in episode 22 you'll see that I'm using an actually non-broken, non-dud hairpiece. That problem will just go away because just get a refund if that happens. If the hair is shedding out of your hairpiece, send it back for a refund. It's full of video that shows you people wearing full top up. Nobody has the issues as you have because you are not doing the thing correctly and you don't listen to our advice. That's the only problem. The replacement process, considering base type and your regrowth situation, you should do it once a week, max 10 days. It's normally itchy after a week because you have quite a good amount of hair growing underneath. Dude, you used to be such a cool guy and I looked up to you. Now every time I watch one of your videos I just feel pity and sad. It looks good, the front hairline. Nobody will notice that what you point out in the super close up on camera. In real life, I think. Good hair progress, bro. Do a 40-day water fast. Problem solved. Well, just live on water for 40 days. That probably would make me lose weight. Agreed, the crown has been a problem with Lord Hair for several years, but unfortunately complaints are dismissed by the company. As you say, they have one factory setting and never deviate from this despite the astonishingly obvious problems of shedding and the overly thick, impossible to cut style crown area. No one has ever mentioned this, and I follow all the prominent YouTube hair system vloggers. Well, that just confirms my suspicion. Nobody noticed the crown or didn't mention it. It's weird. You're the only one who gives a real insight into the issues we all face. Other YouTubers are so intent on the upside. I believe they want to sell more Hairpieces through the company they are affiliated with, hence their reluctance to demonstrate clear flaws in the making of hairpieces and the problems both in the manufacturing and actual practical side of wearing hair. If people want only the usual standard videos, then I suggest they go and watch a channel like Hair System DIY, who is both boring in his presentation style, and if I hear him mention about sweating, wearing a lace unit for the gym, hot climates, or wearing a hat to prevent discoloration, I swear I'll scream. We've all heard those a million times, but StickOnHair is the only person on here that tells it like it is, and his problems are ones I always encounter. Not sure why people are so down on this guy. He's entertaining, intelligent, interesting, life story to tell, and great when it comes to demonstrations of success and failure. You are a genius, moment of truth. It's all in the name. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliantly written. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you. Really fucking awesome with accents. Could def be an actor. Always with the zeros. I love you, StickOnHair. I love you too, Tony M1712. Let's see if this guy's the chat god official's nice. Honestly, had me dying on stitches. Luffy face. I record myself singing this little pedo song that I just thought would be a perfect example of a pedo song, and play it back to myself and go, are you too pedo without hair? Here we go. The little red caboose, the little red caboose, the little red caboose behind the train. I think the train thing adds a lot to being more pedo, if you want to speak like that. Totally.
But you need to add a little bit of a tap on the kid's ass when you're singing it. So you go like this. The little red caboose, boop boop, the little red caboose, boop boop, the little red caboose behind the train. Totally nailed it. That is the perfect character. Why are we going out of order? I think it switched me back to a different fucking video. Oh no, we're back on the sadness shit. He hates me now, he used to love me. Okay, there you go. Water fast. Yes, that was a funny thing. That's one of my best comedy moments, I reckon. You have truly outdone yourself with this series covering your full topper journey. I must admit, I have not witnessed to date this degree of effort and dedication from any hair replacement channel that has attempted to cover the subject at this level of detail and depth of information ever. Outstanding work. Thank you. It is definitely the most amount of work I ever put into any of my videos. Fuck. Huge effort. And I just did a month of body monitoring with going to the gym for a month as well. That video is coming soon. Get a refund for whatever hairpieces you have remaining unused and go to Turkey. Turkey, I thought that was where people would recommend. For a hair transplant, please. We'll be back within 2 to 3 days and it will be over. Your prayers will have been answered. Any transplanted hairs you get are permanent. You don't need meds to maintain them. What? I thought you did. The only reason you want to go on meds after a hair transplant is to stop the rest of your natural top scalp from... Well, that makes sense. From thinning and dying, resulting in you going back for another hair transplant. So really, you'd be smart to just take the meds and stop your baldness progressing any further whilst also getting your dead hairs back again with the transplant. True, I should fucking start taking finasteride or Propecia or something like that immediately and just keep taking them all the time. It is true. Why lose all this area here, which is just thinning, not dead? I should fucking make sure I don't lose it. That would just be... like, why would I do that to myself? I should... And... if you guys think you're losing hair, you should probably start doing that too. I don't know if it'll work properly. It probably will help. Imagine all the hairstyles you'll be able to have with a hair transplant. You'll literally be able to rock any style, short, mid, long, it won't matter because it'll be real hair, your hair, which you have plenty of at the back, your every hair transplant candidate's dream. Some of us don't have good bio hair and can't even get the results we desperately want. You have so much hair at the back that you could realistically get your teenage full set of hair back again, not even joking. At the very least, just consult a dermatologist and ask for their opinion. They'll tell you the same. As you said, there is no escape to these problems with StickOnHair. Get the transplant and change your YouTube name to ShiftOnHair. Please send me a link and a video showing that it's true. I don't want to go to Turkey, come back all butchered and fucked. 100% he'd be so happy after 6 months.
What's the 6-month wait? Is that like you gotta wear a hat over it because it's all like bloody and healing and stuff? I don't know what the deal is. Please show me an accurate video. This guy will never be happy. It's not about the hair, that's pretty obvious. Those Lord Hairpieces are terrible. They may start reducing the price again because this series definitely doesn't do their product any favours. I told you they were all duds, these ones. They sent me replacements the moment I told them, right? I just didn't send them back all 5 of the ones that I fucked up because I ripped them to pieces and I was embarrassed. The whole point of a hairpiece is to solve baldness. It's scandalous that you have to go through balding again, ironically, with the hairpiece itself at such a fast pace as well. This is true. Send them back for a refund if this happens to you. Definitely. Hopefully in video 22 I think I use the good one. I really enjoyed the travelling Australia stuff. Do more of this. And please, for the love of God, fin min transplant. Wow. Pretty solid advice. Try poly with lace. Sorry, I understand that, but finasteride. It's an oral tablet you take. Minoxidil, I think that's Regain, something you put topically, place on your head, and transplant, which is slicing a sliver of meat out of the back of your neck, sewing you back up so you're always looking up for the rest of your life unless you lean forward and the stitches unfurl, and taking each hair and just plonking it back in and sporadically hoping that it'll look real. I don't know if it does. You'd need a very talented surgeon, and I don't know if the hairs back here are the wrong density or thickness of hairs with the right DNA structure to work here. I don't know how well that works, and if it stays in or if it's... I think they're like little pot plants. They've got to put holes in you all throughout, and they want to try and get them close together, but there's a limit to how fine you can get it done. I don't know how well it can be trusted at this point in history. I'd want it to be done by a robot. That's how fine it should be to get into the gaps accurately. Otherwise, they're just fucking plonking, you know. That'll do. And they've chosen the wrong hairs for this part of the head. I don't trust it. I'd need to see videos. Try poly with lace pockets in the middle for breathability design. Yeah, I mean, what you want is a crucifix with a circle around it with poly so that you got the 4 lace triangles in the middle. Yeah, unfortunately all those orders have fallen through since they fucking ripped me off. One of the companies. Man, you are one of the best candidates for hair transplant. You don't even know it. All you literally need to do is survive a few months with the bald look and take some pills, add some Rogaine, and you are set. Do it in Turkey so it will be cheap, plus it will pay itself if you can vlog it. Potentially if I... it would give them some advertising, wouldn't it? And they might try a bit harder if they know it's going to be seen by people. I still want to know the best. Send me your links to the best. I don't want some fucking backyard alley shit with black market crap, you know, like in Minority Report when he takes his eyeballs. You're getting those super obvious white lines around the perimeter because of the overhang, yes, but also, as many warned you, because you made your shave zone too big. You are shaving off loads of parts where you don't even suffer from any thinning. The stubble is growing back fast and causing the white poly to be visible. Poly only works on completely bald skin. You need to go for the inverted period pad shape that I suggested a few weeks ago. Lol, keep as much bio hair as possible. That would result in a T shape, not a period pad shape. All I'd be doing is adding a little bit here instead of going straight across. I don't see, if I part this hair, it parts exactly as a nice haircut would do. You could have it short there and long there. It parts perfectly. If I had a period pad curve, I would no longer be able to do that. I don't see why you would want me to add just that little bit here. If I go narrow at the front, then it's giving me massive recessions at the front hairline. So think it through. I don't understand the period pad versus dome. This is dome, not period pad. Watch the latest video after I release it. It'll show you some of the refinements I've made. 2 likes for that comment. The six likes for that previous one about going to Turkey. He didn't mention. Oh yeah, Turkey. Then you clearly have no or almost no overhang, unlike stick-on. It looks like he's replying to somebody who no longer exists. Oh, there's the dickhead. That's the dickhead I deleted, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry about the lack of context there. Some of these things are going to be broken now that I've deleted him. The stress and sorrow. Hop on finasteride or something. 5 likes. Yeah, I think I should. You're probably right. I think I should. It's much too late for finasteride. It's best not to give advice on topics you don't understand. I think finasteride might reawaken or re-strengthen hairs that are still alive and are weakening with time and will eventually die. So I'm not sure it's too late. That's not true. Mr. No One. Many people recover a lot of lost hair with finasteride. Add oral minoxidil. Oral minoxidil. Okay, so I thought minoxidil was something you put on top of your head, like a topical, like Rogaine. Regain. I don't know what Rogaine and versus Regain. I think the two are the same sort of thing. Add oral minoxidil, and he would have a decent base to then get a hair transplant. And Chat God Official also disagrees. Completely false. I gained back almost all my hair from finasteride and minoxidil, and my hair was much worse than stick-on-hair. He still has a good amount of work to work with. Stop giving out advice on topics you don't understand, maybe. Touche. Mate, just go... Okay, 8 likes on this one. Just go and get someone to fit the hairpiece for you or get a hair transplant. You filmed a 5-hour video over a hairpiece. By the end, you're rambling about Jesus and AK-47s. Sounds about right. Unfortunately, he just isn't good at this wearing thing. After 14 years, he still hasn't even figured out the basics. When he wore the front partial, he didn't know how to even cut his native hair to the same length as the hair in the partial. Now he's attempting a full topper, but he cut his native hair way too far down the sides and back. The most unfortunate part is that he thinks he is much more intelligent and good at this than he actually is, and says that the viewers who are giving him advice are just weirdos and idiots. Less arrogance and more humility would go a long way in helping him figure this out, but this far into the game, I don't think he ever will get the hang of this. He should have figured it out within the first year. By year 5, I was making my own systems from scratch for about $30 each, and giving people advice on how to not take finasteride. I'm not sure. Maybe Mr. No One is the genius I've been looking for. Baba calling. I just think people like this either need a psychologist to be happy in their own skin or spend the money having someone fit the hairpiece each time, or a hair transplant. I'm not making assumptions on his income or anything, but the house he's living in looks fairly plush. I'm getting a hair transplant. That's interesting. I got insults in the early days about how much of a trash heap it looked. I'm getting a hair transplant to the tune of $16,000 pretty soon, and I only need the temples filled in because I'm lucky to have thick, dense, curly hair on the rest of my head. This guy should just go to Turkey, get a transplant, and get it over with. Is that how much? You give me Australian dollar figures, yeah? Does that mean you're Australian? Send me a link, please, to what you're doing. So true, his problem isn't his hair at all. It goes way beyond. Yeah, these guys are definitely the same person. Dude, I'm letting Wayne David stay, so you can, I shot the other guy in the face and I've left Wayne David to be the witness. I'll just keep deleting your accounts if you have too many of them, I think. I still want you to come around and poke me. Dude, I will say it one more time. You need a hair system. I am sorry, do not look good bald. Walmart should have silk pillow covers or a cheap cheaper version of silk at least. Any kind of cotton is not good for the skin or hair. Why do you bother watching him then? Filming yourself complaining is one thing. Watching someone complaining when you don't have to even watch the video and then complaining about it is even worse. Oh, he's responding to the guy I deleted. Yeah, sorry. It's all going to be contextless now. But thank you for defending me from whatever that brutal fucking weird-ass version of Wayne David said. Philosophic. Well, then you're no fucking better, are you? Acting all high and mighty, complaining that he isn't doing things right and keeps making the same mistakes, yet here you are doing the exact same thing, making the same mistake by constantly watching videos of someone who's frustrating you. Fucking irony. And Wayne David laughing at his other self's joke. Whatever it was. But nobody cares. Because that guy's fucking just been murdered. Chat, God, official. Hopefully... You won't have to stand up for me from that dickhead anymore. It's only Wayne David we have to watch now. It was probably Mad Dog from the old days come back with another account. I don't know where he went. I think he was rolling around in his mother's feces for the last 5 or 6 years or something. This YouTube channel deserves way more subs. And then he's responding to the dead guy. He's definitely a self-sabotager. I think he knowingly makes this difficult to entertain. It's a mix of purposeful overcomplication with a self-belief that perfection is necessary, sprinkled with an absolute one-track mind. He won't listen to even the most benign tips to make this easier. Will your hair grow back from baldness? I got hair loss on my crown and hairline. Love, David. The final countdown is the final one. Then I will have met my obligations. Here I wrote, in this episode I try on my 6th and final hairpiece in the series, then I tell you what I've learned. I intend to record my responses to all of your comments from this series in a video I expect to make next week. That was a month ago, sorry I'm a bit late. This video is all part of this playlist here. And here are all the links that I collected throughout that fucking mammoth journey. Okay? This one had 1,000 views. Let's just scrub through it, see what I talked about. This one's 3 hours long. Invented a few extra new words for the English language. You're welcome. And actually used a hairpiece that wasn't shedding like fucking crazy. Redid the STENCIL using the shit method. Obviously bleaching the front hairline a bit here. Using tape. They're pretty severely black, aren't they? This is tape. It looks like I got black specks on my forehead. That really needs to be squeezed out, doesn't it? I kind of feel like some of the young kids these days have hairstyles similar to this. Look like somebody wants to take like Daniel's trying to fit in. I'm about 50 and they're about 18. So it's not like I'll be included into their cool club. But if I was in shape, which is my next series. It is. I'm editing now. And now that this is done. Okay, look. You know what? I feel like I'm going to conclude now. This is and has been my first topper. Okay? Right there. My first full topper hairpiece. I'll read them and respond. What's the name of this episode? Yeah, there's the links to every... That's the final version. That's the version I've got now. It's really good. Everything. All the parts for that to build it yourself so you can have full visibility of your head in your own bathroom without having to hold a mirror. Do stick to hair. Tape sticks to hair. And it's not messy when you use tape. It is. I kind of dig this the way it is. It is pretty fucking rebellious. Is there like bits that need to be trimmed around here? I almost want to like that again. Just got to get the bags out from under my eyes. Well, that's when I try to reinvent time. Yes, I get that box from Amazon in here and open it and show you what I'll be using for the next series, which is all going to be about weight loss. Like, as if I'm going to go to the gym. Of course I'm going to fucking go. I'm going to fucking go. It's my new life now, motherfuckers. I've got no family. Yeah. Love those edits. I hope I'm wrong. I'll give it to you in stone and fucking ounces or if you want as well. I won't. And then Bluetooth measuring tape. This one, which is going to measure. Alright, let's see what you motherfuckers had to say about this. Last one, let's go. Sort by newest first. Can't you use tinfoil instead of tape? Don't know what you're referring to. I don't know what you're referring to. Your systems look great and I've learned a lot from you. Let me give you a tip that has worked great for me. Take it or leave it. I tweeze my ear hairs. It does not hurt, and I have found that over the months and years I have less hairs growing back. Ooh, that's good. While this may sound tedious, it really isn't once you get the hang of it, and the result is hairless ears that stay that way a lot longer than shaving them. That is good. Thank you. That is clever. I was actually thinking maybe getting some sort of laser thing just on the ears, because that would be the smallest possible area that a laser could be used, and it would give me a test to know if I want to get rid of all my back, sack and crack hairs. Brother, the ending is so raw I can feel your pain. Hoping you find love somewhere, my friend. Thank you. Great ending to your first sequel. I see you choose life. Good decision. Hang in there, man. You deserve to live. Separately, is the word mate derogatory in Australia? It's like twisting somebody's arm when you give them an arm wrestle, so it makes it less fair. It's a forceful word. I've heard it used many times to sort of like saying, listen, mate, like I'm in charge and here's what's going to happen. Yeah, that's the derogatory use. But if you say I'm going out with my mates, that's not derogatory. It's a multi-use word like fuck. You look great with hair. You have a natural good look about you, similar to Heath Ledger. Thank you. Very different from different people about ugliness and good looks and stuff. It depends on how I look in a particular moment, I think. Being fat never looks good, so if I can conceal that and keep my chin up, it's probably for the best. Jesus, you look so much better at the start of this video with a shaved head. See? Opposite opinions. It is painful that you're stuck trying to recreate the look from your teen years. You look handsome as you are. Quit the madness. The toupee is gross. This whiteboard markers. This versus I mean, it's not exactly styled or anything, is it? Yeah, he's probably right. Bravo, amazing depth of information. But I mean, I still don't look good with a bald head. Bravo, amazing depth of information, entertainment, and unfiltered emotion. Best work ever. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was a lot of work. Edutainment at its finest. It will get super itchy after just a few days because you have full regrowth under. This lace one is less itchy. And also, I found that when I got rid of all the stubble by using a razor instead of just trimming it down to stubble, it massively reduced the itch as well. And also I think I've killed whatever was living under there. Bro, that's called stress and anxiety. If you don't relate and they get worse, you will get panic attacks. 2313, they basically cut out a rectangle of meat from your neck. Funniest quote I've heard you say. That is true. I think we know what I'm talking about with the... let's have a look. I didn't mean to do center mouse button. Yeah. They basically cut out a rectangle of meat from the back of your neck and then stitch it back together. So you're always walking around like this unless you leave. That's true. And then the blood pours out of the back. I appreciate this video. I was thinking about trying that look with the buzz cut underneath in a stock length hair system taped to the bald area, so I appreciate you trying it out. Exactly. Who wasn't thinking that? Everyone's thinking it. Had to be done. I think you're giving too much thought to something that you simply put it where it should go and that's it. Just do it and that's it. I don't see the point of 5-hour videos to get the same point, my friend. Could you use this? Well, I'm doing experiments. Could you use the stencil that was cling film and sellotape and 3D print it to make a better stencil? It's too stiff. It wouldn't work on the mannequin head. It might work precisely on my head though. But I need the stencil on the mannequin head to trace out when I make new hairpieces and so on. I want one stencil that will do both. So I want it flexible. Use the link shown right here under stencil creation, hairstylist cap for potential template. Get that, okay? All of you. Click that link and buy it, and then I get a bit of money. But really, it does work. You look great, StickOnHair. 2 likes. Thank you. It's always 50-50, isn't it? Well, it's more 50-50 now. Before it was more like fucking 100%. You fucking ugly piece of shit. Anyway, damn, I feel sorry for making a joke or two about the hair systems now I've listened to your life story. It is very similar to mine. Only difference is that my stepfather abused me like crazy, with my mom not believing me because her hero is such a good man. She always loved men more than her only child. My real father left when I was young. My mom abandoned me when I found out her boyfriend was cheating on her for 2 years. What the fuck? I had all the proof, but she still called me a liar. They even sold the house I renovated for 2 years and was going to live in. It was my grandmother's house, but it was my mother's name. They completely ruined my life. I fell into a depression, which landed me in a mental hospital for 3 months, where I lost custody over my 2 wonderful kids. My evil mother and her even worse boyfriend are the reasons I don't want to live anymore. I hope you hang in there, and I hope you find happiness somewhere else. Cut all ties with evil people. Your mum sounds like a fucking bitch. Can't believe she's done that. It's wrong for me to take a side when I don't know her story. Your stepfather abused you. Yeah. I don't even use the word depression anymore. It gets confusing, like a diagnosis or something. What it is heartbreak. What you do is you spend your life waiting for it to come back and feel remorse. You live like Miss Havisham from Great Expectations. I call it Havisham syndrome. Waiting. It's the worst. Watch Arnold. I just watched this documentary about Arnold Schwarzenegger on Netflix. 3 parts. He didn't even care when his father died and his brother died, and it was just like I was so focused on getting to the end goal that I didn't care. Like he's driven. It's always about the end. Like he's probably got Asperger's or something because he's so driven, so tunnel vision, like Elon Musk or Einstein or something, where they can just focus with just laser precision on a topic and just get it done under all circumstances. Of course, relationships are going to suffer. But it's a good mindset to get into if you could focus on something and not wait. Waiting's the fucking fucking bullshit part when you're waiting for remorse from the people who've destroyed you. And I'll tell you what, it amplifies the situation when they're having a great life, even while they know you're suffering. It's fucking bullshit. But you got to remember, we live for a really long time as animals who might not have been able to talk. Most animals can't even talk, right? So they're just walking around, just sniffing each other's butt and just eating what they can and fucking what they can and then just dying. We at least get to go around and experience all these different journeys with, you know, emotional stories and so on. But if we could write that off and say, you know, because you might be jealous of an eagle for having wings, but no other humans have wings, so it stops you from being jealous about it. You know, you haven't got X-ray vision, but then nobody else does either, so don't worry. Now, in terms of being abandoned and being abused and waiting for the remorse to come from those who've wronged you, instead of you having to go out and fucking get revenge and all the other shit that goes through your brain, and the sadness, and you think, if I only feel even more sad, she'll know, she'll come back, she'll feel sorry, she'll remember I'm her baby. You can at least say a lot of people have, well, not a lot, most people don't relate. You'll find that most people can't relate, and they'll look at you at a mental hospital and go, you're a mental patient, you're a mental case, and they'll brand you. That shows how few people can relate. Now, being able to relate is called wisdom, and most people are not wise, and most people are followers. In fact, a lot of the comments you've seen through here have been about following the mainstream, the status quo. Like, we all know how this is done already, don't reinvent the wheel. It's like non-stop. People are saying this to me, right? I fucking went and did this anyway. What is it? I don't even know how the total running time of this 22 video sequence was. It was a fucking long time, and it was over 100 hours of footage, that's for sure, over many weeks. And the research has been all whittled down, despite the fact they're long run times on these videos. You look at that description list here. This has given you all the answers right there, and that purchase list. You can get things easily without having to think. And I've given you full instructions throughout the videos on how to do it. I'm not going to summarize it unless anyone asks for it, but I'm probably still not going to do it because I've fucking spent enough time on that shit. I love my new STENCIL. I love my mirror cam, and without at least the mirror cam, I would not be trying to hold a shaky hand mirror and do all the shit that I'm doing with one fucking hand, like a lot of you claim that you're doing. So, I mean, in terms of the shit you've been through, we got to stop and respect that shit. You got 3 likes there. I think a lot of people can relate, but not a lot. Just enough to know that, yeah, sure, we've got a disability, like somebody with blindness, but at least there are other blind people for them to hang out with and talk about it with. Yeah. Sorry about that. Interestingly, this is what I said years ago, to keep the sides and back really short and just leave the top longish. It's a fairly common haircut nowadays, and not just for kids. I see full adult men with the whole short sides and back and long on top in a bit of an undercut style. I'd maybe fade the sides and back so it starts even shorter, lower down. It just tends to look trendier. Oh yeah, if that was totally the look I was going for, I might go ahead and do that. I was just joking. I was always going to cut it. Just tends to look trendier. And I'd cut maybe an inch or so from the length. We'll just look slightly less like a biker and more like a footballer. Well, lose a few pounds. Oh, what's it called again? Libra Pondo. Use fake tan. Job done. Wait for transplant tech to get better, although I had one a year ago or so ago and really happy with it, although I think I've been blessed with really thin non-wiring hair all over, which maybe helps. Send your link, please, and video if you want to do that, to the people who did your transplant. P.S. Always watch your vids, even the long ass ones. What are you, fucking crazy? I'm clearly ill, yes, but you're quite funny. Of not slightly if not slightly frustrating at times. Look forward to the new fitness series. Might help inspire me. I need to get my ass back into better shape too. I'm making this for you. 247, absolutely hilarious. Your humour makes me so happy, man. Let's have a look. Very, very well thought through. I want these guys to run the world. Staedtler. So, I'm pretty sure it's the pop-up comment. We appreciate your vids, bro. Thank you. Looks so much better with the higher bio sides, man. Also, don't harm yourself, lad. I hope you can find peace of mind somehow. Most of your viewers all have at least one thing in common with you, but probably much more than just one. I'm sure, just like me, the other viewers have a genuine concern for you. Thank you. It's very kind of you to say. Exactly, he needs a psychologist as soon as possible. Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry to say, but it seems like he wants something from his family that they cannot give him. I'm not sure what it is. I'm not sure. It's remorse. I'm not sure if he knows what it is he wants. I've written thousands of diary entries before I started on this channel when I was living in isolation for years. I'm not sure what it is. I'm not sure if he knows what he wants, but no one can give it to him. That is incorrect. It's absolutely in the power of those abusers to see the error of their ways and feel remorse. And that's why laws are in place to stop people from harming the innocent. I just haven't approached the authorities about it yet. It's illegal to abuse your children. Shave your head, dude, and take small bad guy roles. You are too old to play the lead anyway. Maybe I am. So entertaining. You're gonna look great in shape. Thank you. It's not going so well. Shocked. I thought you would have given up by now, but by the way, you can be an action star in a comedy. Ha ha ha. Yes, you love your jokes, don't you? 2 likes. Okay, so that's it. I did it. Whew. I'll be back. I'm gonna go and fucking sleep. Take the kids out for a day of adventure tomorrow, which is my big uncle thing, and then get back to editing all the other shit. Hopefully this will be easy enough to just stitch it all together right now and just post it after I've edited it. And I'm not going to edit much out though. Basically I took the breaks where I needed to, and we'll just be chopping bits. That's about all. So let's have a look. I'll see you very, very soon. How do I get out of this? Oh yeah. Thanks for watching.